Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 17, 2013 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Jane.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brundle.
Here.
Member Split.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Huff.
Here. We have before us this evening an amended form of agenda. Is there someone who would like to move that amended form of agenda?
I will move the amended agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on the amended agenda. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And next we have the consent agenda. There are several items on the consent agenda this evening. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda in its entirety. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And we have no special recognitions or presentations this evening. And we're going to move right into the singular public hearing that we have as a council involving Resolution 2013-77. And this is the Silver Oak development request on behalf of IRET Properties. And Manager Teague, you have this matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just give me a second to pull up the PowerPoint. Okay, this property is located just south of the Southdale Fairview Hospital, the northeast corner of 66th and France. Site is guided today Regional Medical District, located within this blue area here. Maximum height allowed in this district is up to 12 stories. What the applicant is proposing is to build a 4-story, 60,000 square feet addition to the existing 273 square foot existing medical office building. It's a rendering of what the building would look like here, primarily glass. Again, a 4-story building. Also, to accommodate the additional square footage of the medical office, they're proposing to add a ramp to the existing parking structure just to the east of the proposed building. The way that would work is levels 1 and 2 would be replaced. The third level would be extended, and then a fourth deck added over the top. So again, this is a rendering of where the addition would be located, just south of the existing building and the parking ramp. The existing site is accessed off of 66th by two access points, as indicated on the screen here. What the applicant is proposing is to consolidate those two entrances into one, so it would be a right in, right out in this location here. Turnaround would be provided in front of the addition, located in this area. There would be a loading dock in the front of the building. The proposed expansion here and the loading area both conform to all the city's minimum setback requirements. There are a couple of variances that are requested here, and they are associated with the parking deck. The red line that's indicated on the screen here, that's the required setback. The existing ramp extends a little bit beyond. You can see it. The existing setback is 20 feet along the north side of Drew and 28 on the south side, so it's slightly angled to the existing property line. These required setbacks are based on the height of the building, so by raising the height of the structure, the setback needs to be increased. So that's the reason for the variances. So the specific request before the council is a site plan review for the building addition, parking ramp setback variances to add that fourth level, and also a parking stall variance based on the square footage of the existing and proposed building. Just over 1,700 spaces are required, and they're proposing to build 1,577. They are suggesting a proof of parking plan that would add an additional level to the parking deck to meet the city code requirement. Primary issue for consideration, considered by the Planning Commission and staff, is the proposed addition and variances for the parking ramp expansion reasonable for this site. As noted in the staff report, staff did recommend approval to the Planning Commission subject to findings and conditions. The Planning Commission made a motion to approve the project. That motion failed on a vote of 4 to 5, and they had some concerns that we'll touch on here in a minute. So first off, the use is permitted in the Regional Medical District. So the use is okay. Again, the proposed addition meets all of our minimum setback requirements. It's the parking structure that requires the variance. WSB conducted a traffic and parking study. Chuck Rickard is with us this evening to answer any questions that the council may have. But the study concludes that the proposed addition can be supported by the adjacent roadways. As with any development in this general area here, should improvements be needed to any of the intersections, they would be required to pay their fair share once those improvements are made. That's noted in the staff, into the WSB report, and one of the conditions for approval if the council so chooses. The parking study concluded that just over 1,400 stalls would support the existing and proposed uses here. And again, they're proposing to construct over 1,500 stalls. Some of the concerns that were raised by the Planning Commission included the location of the loading dock, again right here, screening of that loading dock, the screening area in front, conflict between truck movements into that loading dock and pedestrian access around it. And they were also concerned with the width of the in and out along 66th here, specifically as it relates to the length of area that pedestrians would be required to cross in that location. So what the applicant has done in an attempt to address some of those concerns, they have increased the landscaping, or at least the size of the Black Hill spruce that are proposed here. They would plant those as 12-foot trees. That was recommended by the Planning Commission. They have clearly highlighted the pedestrian areas here. This is an existing sidewalk. So this would be that new connection into the addition. And they would improve that with stamped concrete over the cement. There's also this pedestrian walkway located here. While it's not shown on this graphic, there is a pedestrian connection from the sidewalk into the stairwell in this location here. Additionally, the applicant has pledged to restrict loading of the loading dock for the larger trucks to evening hours and overnight to try to avoid some of that conflict between pedestrians and traffic moving in and out of the parking ramp. This is also an access area into the parking ramp. So if the council is so inclined to approve that, may want to add that as a condition that large trucks need to be use that loading dock in off hours or evening hours. A couple of quick graphics, and I believe the applicant to go through this in more detail, how shorter trucks can make that maneuver into the site. And also the larger trucks would pull in and then back up into the space and then pull out. The applicant is also agreeable to reduce the width of the drive entrances in this location here, subject to approval of the county and the city engineer's review at the time of a building permit. So they are okay with reducing that if it still can be done in a safe manner. So with that, staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions and findings in the resolution before you. And again, a motion to approve the project failed at the Planning Commission meeting on a 4-5 vote. With that, I can stand for questions.
Member Swenson, then Member Bennett, then Member Sprague.
Dr. T, can you again describe what the process is for which parts of the ramps are being redone for me?
Yes.
And in what or how that's happening? I was writing something down and you kind of flipped by and I missed it.
Yeah, levels 1 and 2 would be reconstructed,
What does reconstructed mean?
I'll let the applicant go into more detail how
Okay.
that's going to be,
Okay.
be accomplished.
We often talk about materials and things, and we have a few pictures of the ramp. We have no pictures that I have easily found of that elevator corner other than at a kind of a 3D from the rooftop picture. So I'm not really sure what that looks like. I don't really see where the ramp ties in. And I don't mind giving variances for it, but we've discovered in building a ramp like the Westin that ramps can look very different depending on what they're constructed out of and even what their colors are. So I'm unclear about what the final look, while the building has some relatively okay conditions, I don't really understand what the ramp is going to look like either, so I'll want to know about that.
Yeah, I'll let the applicant
Okay, I'll wait.
expand on that, but this would be that stairwell on the corner. The idea, I believe, is to tie that in. Here's another rendering of it down here to match the building.
And
to
that's
bring
what
those
it looked
two
like
together.
to me, but I want to hear more about then what it looks like in between, because in between doesn't look like it ties in at all.
Right. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Director T, can you go that graphic? Thank you. The Planning Commission did express concerns about screening that appear to now have been addressed by the proponent, but the discussion that I heard, and I heard all of it, seemed to be focused almost more on on pedestrian safety and movement and access to the site, with trucks sharing this now combined entrance from 66th Street from the south. And appreciating the graphic, and then also appreciating the offer to reduce the width of the drive lanes should the city engineer approve and Hennepin County approve. When I look at this, I also note that someone trying to access this building, for instance, from transit on France Avenue, sidewalk from moving east on the sidewalk from France, now they're crossing two potential lanes of traffic, then they're crossing a third lane, and so I guess one of the questions that I have that I didn't hear raised in the Planning Commission discussion, was there any contemplation of another sidewalk built on the west side of that entrance from the sidewalk on the north of 66th Street to the sidewalk in order to remove the need to cross those two traffic lanes entering and exiting from 66th Street?
Member Bennett, I don't believe that was discussed at the Planning Commission, but it would seem like an excellent idea, allowing people coming from the west to get into the site rather than crossing this intersection here to get to this sidewalk might provide an easier access and give them the opportunity to go to the front of the building that faces France or to the addition in this location here. That would certainly be a reasonable condition that we could add.
All right, thank you.
Member Sprague.
The entry, you said they're going to reduce. They proposed reducing from what to what?
Didn't have a specific number in mind. I think the idea was to have an open discussion with city engineer and the county and maybe WSB as well, because they still want to have it safe for trucks to be able to maneuver in and out of the site.
And in terms of the treatment of the sidewalk from running north on this diagram, you said it's going to be stamped concrete? Are you talking about a colored concrete? Is that?
I believe, or
Okay.
it could be anything that if we want to add a condition to specify that, we could certainly do that.
And then across the entrance, that's existing sidewalk where the triangle is down below, the entrance to the facility. Yeah, that segment.
This is existing, correct?
No, over to where you cross the
Here?
entry. Nope. From 66 where
Is
you,
there a sidewalk that exists along that road today? I think is what he's saying.
Along 66?
Where your arrow is right
keep
now.
going to the left, right there across there. That's new, that segment?
This would be new across the roadway.
And is that spec'd in terms of any special markings to make it more visible? as it stands today?
That would be done, again, at the time of a building permit, subject to review of the city engineer. But we would want to make that clear, a clear designated sidewalk across the entrance and exit there.
But no special markings is what I'm saying, or colored or anything to highlight the visibility at this point?
No.
Okay. And I come back to the cladding on the parking lot as well, since this is something we dealt with at the 6500 project when it was a medical office complex. And so I'd like to hear from the proponent the treatment on the side of the building and how particularly that 66th Street facade ties into the plan for the building.
Certainly, and they've got their materials board to present this evening as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
I just have a couple things, thank you, before we go into the public hearing. On page A400 that you had up a minute ago. Yes, thank you. In the upper right, it shows the upper parking deck. Is that one level, or because I see a line in the center of it, so I'm having trouble determining if there are more levels on the right than the left as I'm looking at it. So if that explanation can be included in the presentation. And then where are the bike racks going to be located? Will they be located at more than one entrance?
Good question about the bike racks. I'll let the applicant
Okay.
address that one as well.
Because now there's three main entrances to this building with the south entrance. And I see, in my personal opinion, a cyclist could approach any of them, and they're kind of far apart, the various entrances. And they have different purposes, each of the entrances, really. So I would be looking for that. And then just how, I guess that leads into my third question, and that is the north entrance has a turnaround in it and access to the parking garage from the north side. The west entrance is a drop-off with parking lot, and then the south entrance is a drop-off with entry into the parking structure from that side. So how do they see people interacting with each of those entrances, and do they see this as supplanting one or both of those other entrances?
Yeah, you're right. Several options to access the building now. I'll let the
Right.
the applicants go into the detail on how that might be
Okay,
distributed.
thank you.
Other questions for Director Teague? I've got a couple, Director Teague. Was there any discussion at the Planning Commission regarding screening the parking ramp, like we've done with Twin Cities Orthopedics and like we did down at Centennial Lakes?
Yeah, there really wasn't.
I didn't see anything, and so I was wondering if that came up at all, even as a fleeting issue.
No, that really wasn't discussed.
And then with respect to the large trucks, the large truck concern that the Planning Commission had about them accessing the site and the loading dock after hours, was there a discussion about under what circumstances you'd have tractor-trailer combinations needing to come into a facility like that? Because it seems to me like it would be mostly straight trucks that would access the facility.
Right. The majority of the trucks moving in and out here to that loading dock would be smaller in size. The larger truck, not as frequent, and those are the trucks that they're suggesting would come to the site in the evening hours. They're suggesting 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. That might be something that we want to consider, maybe from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and avoid that evening conflicts there as well.
Okay. Next, there was a letter attached to our packet from the Collaborative Design Group addressing some of the concerns of the Planning Commission, a 2-page letter signed by James O'Shea dated September 17, 2013. Are you satisfied as you review those responses and and think and look at the changes that they've made, that they've addressed all of the concerns that the Planning Commission had, and they've addressed all those concerns in an adequate way?
I'm not sure that they have addressed all of their concerns. Just the conflicts that they saw between the loading dock and the pedestrian and vehicle movements. I gathered they were even looking for a potential relocation of that loading dock. Yeah.
Could you tell us why you're recommending this from a staff standpoint?
Certainly, this is a project that it meets our city code requirements for the location of the loading dock, the drive aisle lanes. The addition itself and the loading dock meets our code requirements. The only variance that's being requested here is that minor setback intrusion along Drew because of the height of the building. And given that you recall the addition that was put on back in 2007 out the front toward France, there was a proof of parking agreement that went along with that that called for the building of this fourth level as proposed this evening. So it was considered at that time as that could happen in the future even without this addition. So it seems reasonable, the location and the variance associated with the parking deck. So
Right,
given
good.
the fact that it meets code and the variances are minor, staff
All
supports
right, one other
this.
question. I'm going to go back to Member Swenson, but I think it would be beneficial for viewers at home to have Mr. Rickert come up and give a synopsis of the parking and traffic study work that his organization did. Mr. Rickert, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Again, we did a traffic and parking study for this site, looking at this addition. We also took into account all the other proposed traffic generation from other approved developments. You know, the Southdale apartments that recently been completed, Fairview Southdale Hospital, expansion, the 6,500, France Avenue project. So we took all those into account when we were looking at the traffic generated by this area. We also looked at each of the driveways as traffic came in and out of those driveways and, distributed that traffic to the system. We found that additional traffic that was coming in and out of the site would not have any impacts on those driveways. The improved safety by eliminating one of the access points on 66th Street was a positive in our mind, and actually Hennepin County has weighed in on that, and they were in favor of that, and they were okay with that access. The one concern I did have with that access was the right out, and looking at the weaving across, for a vehicle or someone wanting to go south on France Avenue as they were exiting that site. I looked at how that would interact with the signal at Drew, found that there's enough gaps to accommodate that, so that movement was able to be made quite easily at that point. So looking at all those factors, looking at all the access points, it is actually split up very nicely around the site, as far as how the traffic comes in and out of the site. We felt that everything was fine as far as the traffic goes. We also looked at the parking, and again, the parking, comparing it to national averages for these types of facilities. We felt that the amount of parking that's being proposed was adequate to accommodate what they're proposing. Their studies indicate what they have counted and what they've documented as far as their peak hour usages correspond to those studies. So we felt very comfortable with what they're proposing and the proof of parking to accommodate if there is some issues in the future. So,
Okay.
with that,
What were the ranges of level of service that you found for AM peak and PM peak, assuming the project was approved?
Yep. We found that. Let me turn to that page here on my tables.
Might be A44, table 4. I guess that's existing level of service. And your forecast is on A46.
Apologize. Okay, so Table 4 is the existing. We found that we looked at two conditions. We look at the overall intersection and then by movement. So if you're looking at that table, the number that's not in parentheses is the overall intersection where it looks like all the movements in the intersection. And the one in parentheses indicates what the worst movement in that intersection would be at. When we look at, standards and we look at typical situations for peak hours in congested areas like, the Southdale area, level service E on those movements is acceptable. Some Fs on minor movements is acceptable. Overall, we want to stay at D or better. And existing conditions meets all those requirements. And then if you look at the future conditions, all the way up to 2030, we do have some E's, on some movements. But again, the overall intersections are all at D or better in those situations. The one intersection that we show some potential issues in the future, depending on how traffic, grows and so forth, is the intersection of 65th and France Avenue. And again, once we have a better handle on what the improvements are over Crosstown, the bridge, how we accommodate some of the left turning traffic off of France Avenue there, then we'll have a better handle on exactly what will happen there in the future.
All right, I think Member Swenson, then Member Sprague.
Director Teague, on top of the parking ramp, there's something called a new central plant. Can we talk about that and what's going to be housed in there and what the potential noise and height of that is?
Yes, that is new mechanical equipment. They will be screening that.
Are we talking about the dreaded chiller?
To a certain degree, yes. So they would be required to meet all of our noise ordinances once that's established.
And the height of it?
It does extend a bit above the roof, so that's the reasoning for the screening materials that's going within the structure.
When we use screening materials, that's one thing. If it's a sound issue like we've had with chillers, is there also a necessity to use noise barriers?
It will depend on the noise studies. It might be required if they can't meet our ordinances at the property line.
Okay, so that would come at a later date, but it could potentially...
Correct.
It's not insolvable? It's
Correct.
not like we have to move it like we've had to do on other places?
Correct.
Okay. That was my question.
Thank you.
Sprague.
Member Sprague.
I have a question for Chuck. So they've eliminated an access point on the south side. In terms of site circulation, is there any recommendation to eliminate one of the access points on the north side, or did you look at that?
I didn't specifically look at that. The amount of traffic on 65th is a lot less, obviously, than 66, so those intersections didn't pose any type of issues or concerns. The one movement coming in, from France Avenue, turning right into that first, driveway is going to be the heaviest movement coming into the site. If they're going to the second driveway, obviously they'll be going through that intersection. But that's a right turn, so that movement isn't really a concern backing up to France Avenue, which would be our concern there. The left turn into the hospital, which we looked at as part of that project, is more of a concern than the right turn.
Okay. Thanks.
Good. Other questions for staff or Mr. Rickert? Member Brindle.
Hi, Chuck.
Hello.
Okay, go back about 2 sentences. The traffic on 65th is anticipated to be less than 66th. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
The
All right.
overall amount of traffic.
Coming out of the north part of the site.
Coming out of the north part of the site, or coming into the site?
I'm talking about the overall traffic on 65th, this plus the hospital, and then on 66th, all the traffic from the area. The general magnitude of traffic on 65th versus 66th. The amount of traffic coming into the site On
Okay.
65th is going to be higher than 66th.
Compared with what else is on that
Exactly.
street? I see. Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Good, thanks.
sorry for the
Other
confusion.
questions for staff? All right. Come on up. Mr. Ranke,
Good evening.
identify yourself, and why don't you take about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes,
Or less.
or less.
My
Less
name
is always better.
My name is Paul Renke, so good evening, Mayor and members.
And your address too, Mr. Ranke?
My company is Silver Oak Development, 7073 46th Street North in Oakdale. And on behalf of IRET Properties, we're pleased to be here tonight presenting this project for you. With your permission, I'd like to introduce the members of the project team that are here tonight. They can respond to questions and just give you a sense on the overall quality and the aspects of the project. With that said, Matt Valpano and Molly Teely, both from IRET Properties. Matt Valpano is the Director of Acquisitions. Molly is the on-site management for the campus, medical campus itself. Soon you'll meet James O'Shea, Principal at Collaborative Design Group and the architect for the project. Trent Johnson is our project manager with PCL Construction, the general contractor for the project. There's also two people from Landform Professional Services, the civil engineers for the project, Reed Schultz and Bob Schoenig. And finally, I'd like to introduce Craig Milkert, who is a structural engineer for the project, the critical component with the ramp enhancement. Craig is a principal at Collaborative Design Group. Earlier tonight, Matt asked if he could share a couple of comments with you about the project and its importance to the company IRET Properties.
Thank you. Mr. Ranke. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate your time this evening. As Paul had mentioned,
You want to give us your name and address?
My name is Matt Valpano. I'm with IRET Properties. Our address is on Crosstown Circle in Eden Prairie. I am IRET's Director of Acquisitions and Business Development. My purpose tonight is to serve as a representative of the company and to briefly share with you our thoughts on the project. Corporately, medical office space is one of 5 property types that IRET owns, and we consider medical office space to be a core property type for our company. We own 33 medical office buildings, totaling over 1.5 million square feet. On the Fairview Southdale campus, we own 6 buildings, totaling 440,000 square feet. So as nearly 1/3 of IRET's medical office portfolio, the Southdale medical buildings that we currently own are the key component of a core property type for our company. Our blended occupancy there today is over 94%, and so we're nearly at capacity on the campus. With talk of a possible hospital expansion, a new planned senior housing facility across the street, and new apartments rising at Southdale Mall, this expansion will help accommodate all of the new growth around the campus. IRET is excited to be part of Edina's growth. We appreciate our partnership with Fairview. We appreciate our partnership with the city, and we certainly appreciate your consideration of our plans this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you heard,
Mr.
the
Ranke.
the Southdale Medical Campus has grown over the years and evolved to become one of the premier medical clinic campuses in the area. As you also know, the medical center is adjacent to and connected by tunnel to Fairview Hospital, one of the leading hospitals in the region. So tonight, again, we are very pleased to present this proposal to you, as this additional office space, medical office space, will be a benefit to the community, but also to the hospital, allowing some critical medical services to be expanded in a location that directly supports the hospital's goals and also supports the businesses in the community. With that said, I'm going to introduce or ask James O'Shea, the architect for the project, to come up and share some more details with you about the project.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is James O'Shea with the Collaborative Design Group. We're located at 100 Portland Avenue South in Minneapolis. Actually, Carrie's done a very good job of presenting this, so hopefully I can get through this quicker. But my hope is that some of the questions that you brought up will be answered with this presentation. But I wrote down your questions, so I'll try and get to those too if we don't get to that. I think what we wanted to do is start off by showing you how we came about the design we did and some of the considerations and concerns that we had along the way. One of the initial challenges or goals that was set out to us when we started the project was anywhere that we were going to affect the site, we were to try to improve the accessibility, trying to make it safer, provide more efficient parking, and to come up with a new model for the delivery system that they've currently got in place. So, that being said, as Carrie had in the previous slide, one of the things we looked at initially was the access to the site. There are obviously two accesses along, vehicular accesses along 65th, two along 66th. And then there's a current parking garage or parking lot access, let's say, off of Drew, as well as a ramp access kind of off of the north end, off of 65th on the site as it stands right now. Additionally, the yellow stars that you see are the primary entrances to the building, the 6525 and the 6545. There are some secondary entrances that people sneak through to get from the parking garage into their space and places like that. But those are primarily the addressed locations and where most of the public shows up, let's say. One of the questions that came up at the Planning Commission meeting was about siting of the building and whether we'd looked at other opportunities. And we had looked at other opportunities, but dismissed those fairly quickly. And one of the reasons why, you can see obviously along the east side along Drew, there were no real opportunities for siting of a building. We pretty quickly dismissed the north side as a possible opportunity. And while there was plenty of land along France, we considered that kind of sovereign territory or sacred ground. That was not a location that we wanted to affect this elevation that they had invested a lot of time and money into some years ago. So the obvious location became to the south. It provided us some nice geometry as well. So that's where we ended up with the siting of the building. I think another additional thing that we looked at during the initial steps during the design obviously were the delivery. If y'all look really close, right there is a truck that we just happened to get on Google Maps, I guess. But right now what a truck has to do is maneuver in, and they'll either come around the parking lot, turn and back into that, and then find their way back out, or they will come in, turn, and back all the way into this location. There is no true loading facility or loading area. It's merely a zone where trucks go, and then there's a door into the building where they can gain access to the basement by a set of stairs. So it's less than a desirable loading location. The other thing that tends to happen right now, because this loading isn't the best, is loading and those deliveries tend to occur at the front doors with the deliveries, like your 1 hour deliveries, your somebody having a lunch catered in or that kind of thing, tend to end up at the front door back rather than the kind of designated loading area, let's say. So I think those were kind of the concerns that drove us. Real quickly, I'll point out, I think there was a question about the parking garage. Right now, the parking garage, there is a grade level, which is just bituminous on grade. There is a second level of precast, which is from the old days, back in the 60s or so. Then there is a third half a level down at this end, which was done back in 2007, I believe, which is a poured-in-place concrete building. So that's kind of the existing condition. Those first two levels, that asphalt bituminous level, we take out, and the second level of precast we're taking out because it's seen its serviceable life. It's not going to be around much longer anyway. So.
Taking out the surface, you're taking out the ramp.
Not the ramp. The surface is just on grade. So
you're redoing the surface that the cars are parking on top of. When you
Yep.
say you're taking it out, you're just talking about
demolishing the bituminous and putting in new concrete. We'll go over that a little bit more because we actually do have a half a level below grade too that Carrie didn't mention on the south end. So I can show you that in the design here. Okay, so this is kind of where we ended up. And I think Carrie went over this very well. But what we do have, let's start with the parking ramp. So we've got a half a level below grade right down here on the south end. And that is essentially contract parking. There's a tunnel that will connect the new office building. This entire campus is connected at the basement level, as well as connected across the street to the hospital. So it's kind of a connected campus. A lot of the docs that practice here work across the street as well. So this below grade level will connect back into the office building and then back into the main system between the remainder of the campus. This new delivery area will also access, there's a freight elevator which takes you to the basement, so all deliveries will go to the basement and then out to the buildings and up through the various elevator cores in the buildings. So, I think there was some discussion here at the front entry, the divided entry. You know, we had mentioned in the Planning Commission meeting if they felt strongly that this would be better as a single entry, and civil engineer can get up and talk to you a bit about this. We talked about safety when we were doing this, and initially when we went through it, they felt it was actually a better condition because you only have one decision to make. So as you cross here, it's a right out, so you're only dealing with the right out traffic. Then as you cross here, you're only dealing with the right in traffic. Unlike a normal crosswalk where you have to look for both right in and right out, or both direction traffic, let's say. But one of our goals that we're trying to accomplish was to create a safer zone of drop-off here. So we have a real drop-off in front of the building, and then you circle back around and into the ramp at this end. So I think I have a diagram here which might help you understand a little bit our thinking. The red line is what we're proposing, and that is you bring grandma in because she's having something done. You drop her off here at the lobby, and then you immediately turn around and you come back into the ramp. You park at this end and can walk right into the building. This is a one-way in only, so traffic won't be coming back out of this site. If we were to not have this, the route would be around either one of the two yellows. So you'd either have to come back out onto the street all the way down France around 65th and back into Drew, or you'd manipulate your way through the site to get to the ramp at this end. And I think we felt this was far and better safer, so we saw it as safer rather than less safe. But that's how we came up with this whole notion of the circulation at this end, I think. So. This shows the parking count. There was a little bit of confusion in the parking count, I think, at the Planning Commission meeting. This is what's here today, 1,254. What we're required to have is 1,715. What we're proposing is to provide initially or immediately 1,577 with a total proof of 1,752. So that kind of recaps parking counts and such. Now I'm going to take you quickly around the building. I think there were some questions about some kind of aesthetic questions and those sorts of issues. We're standing at the corner of 66th and France right here. This will just proceed around the building down 66th and down Drew and back around 65th. So this is the main look as you're kind of entering the building. This is that berm right here, low berm, and the spruces, and I don't know that we've got the exact count in the rendering or anything like that, but what we're trying to show is that we're using a four-season tree. We've got a low wall here, which in reality, that low wall, and I'll go back to it a little later, but it spans completely across the entrance, so it creates a landscaped kind of entrance piece. It should be a very nice feature. It's kind of a, a low wall on each side of the drive. So that was our goal. This is a view from kind of Drew and 66th, looking back down along the parking ramp towards the building. We're getting up in the air here for you because there was a question about the central plant. And we figured that question might come up. I think I can answer two questions here. Somebody asked if this fourth level was a singular level, and yes, it is. But right here we have a sloped deck. So you can park on that deck. It's a real low slope deck. You've been in parking garages before with slope floors, where that's kind of what this center area is in here. So that's probably where the lines looked a little confusing in that one drawing or rendering. The new central plant, I should give you a little history. Right now, the campus, the Southdale Medical Office Building campus, shares a lease agreement with Fairview to provide steam and chilled water. So they don't provide any of their own HVAC right now. They have air handling units, of course, to produce the air, to move the air around the buildings and such. And one of the things that they're looking at is providing their own central plant so they can kind of control their own destiny a little bit and see what the energy savings would mean and those sorts of things. So that's one of the things they're looking at. And we knew you'd have questions about heights and such. This central plant actually goes from the first floor of the parking garage up through the parking garage. But the only piece that sticks above the parking garage is approximately 6 feet. The lower 2 floors are enclosed, and that's where your chillers live. What's up here are cooling towers. These are this is a water-cooled system, so these are cooling towers. They don't produce much noise. They produce a little bit of moisture, vapor, that kind of thing. So everything that's got noise involved with it is inside a building. And the specification for those products has already been established and conforms to your environmental standards, which is the same as the state of Minnesota environmental standards. So any equipment we put in there will already meet those noise abatement requirements, and then further we're putting them inside so that they last longer, we get more longevity out of them. Plus we have a series of pumps and electrical and everything else that need to go into that room. But we purposely located that central plant in the core or the center of the parking garage to get it away from the property line to try and eliminate those kinds of issues. So let's say this is about 60 feet in the air. That's what it's going to look like when you're standing across the street. So you won't see it from across the street. You can kind of see those louvers from the cooling plant right inside there, because they are not the cooling plant, but the cooling towers. So, and then this is kind of the final view. This is that existing speed ramp on the back that already exists today. So that kind of shows you where that occurs. This is kind of back to the overall campus, which I think was a view that Carrie had used. Then we wanted to talk a little about loading. I think you asked the question about how many semis do they get. I think statistically what they gave us was 1 to 2 a month. And primarily what those are is move-ins, or if they would have something like an odd piece of equipment like an MRI or something, those get delivered in big trucks. Most of their trucks are box trucks or standard trucks. Their day-to-day deliveries are the kinds of things that we get in any office building, much like you probably get here. FedEx, UPS, they get linens there because they are it's primarily a medical practice building, right? I think there's a Subway in there, so they're going to get some food product for Subways, things like that. But by and large, their trucks really don't exceed a standard kind of box truck. The normal day-to-day stuff is just stuff that can turn around in here easily. That's why we showed only the box truck and the tractor trailer, because those are the only two that have to have any sorts of maneuvers. This is 45 feet wide here. So if you consider that a 24-foot wide drive is a standard drive and you can back in and back out, if you're in a delivery vehicle like a UPS truck or a automobile, those can all maneuver on 24-foot wide drives. So 45 feet would be luxurious for those guys. They should be able to easily come in, back up, and take off. So we had, I should mention that I think one thing is that, and we'll go back, let me go back to this. We are proposing to do all new pavers along 66th and all new pavers along Drew. So what you were talking about here, marking, I would assume it might be a paver or something like that. We're using a permeable paver in this entire loop here. So that entire drive area is permeable pavers because we need to get some stormwater management, let's say points, so to speak. So we do, because we've got so much impervious on this site already as exists, so we're trying to improve that a little bit. So yes, this would likely be a paver product or something like that, because most of what we have is pavers. There are bike racks up in this corner. You can't see them in the rendering, and there are also bike racks in the garage right now, because we have some dead spots in the garage that we need to use anyway. So they're perfect for bike kind of commuters. For the general public that show up, there are bikes at the end of this turnaround. You can't see it once again in the rendering, but there's a low seat wall down there where you can sit if you're waiting for somebody outside the building or that kind of thing. So we're trying to make the end of this building a little bit more than just a dead end. We're trying to create kind of a plaza down there with some landscaping and such so that people have something to look at, let's say. So, and then this was the maneuver for obviously for the tractor trailers. This is, just so you know, a surmountable curb in the event that a tractor trailer needs a little bit more room. If he needs to jump a curb or something, we're not destroying landscaping or that sort of thing. So we tried to think ahead on that. Let's see, I'll get back to some of your questions. The entrances to the building, I think there were some questions about the various entrances to the building. I don't think that the current plan anticipates changing any of these existing entries. I think our only goal was to make sure that what we did at our entry improved upon what's there already. So for us, it was really about trying to create a single entrance, because we knew that would be better than the double entrance, and also to create a good drop-off zone where we could have a number of cars, since this is a medical building and people show up with patients and that sort of thing. And we were trying to, the people that come here will park in the garage. So there's no parking on the loop. It's wide enough that two cars can certainly pass and that sort of thing, but we're not trying to encourage people to park here. We're trying to get them into the garage and away from the front door of the building. So, I can show you the materials here. I think that might help a little bit. Let me put this down for a second. I apologize for not having them on a board, but these are real samples of the real products, and they cast these specifically for us. So they're quite heavy. They won't stay on board, unfortunately. So I don't know if somebody with a document camera. Oh, there you go. Probably doesn't show that well in a document camera. Are you familiar with the new United Health Group facilities out on Shady Oak and such? These are very nearly the same materials. So, with that, these are the two architectural precast products, two colors we're looking at using on the garage. So these are garage products. And these are the solid panels that you see on the garage with the black is a highlight, and this is the primary color. The Casota stone look is kind of the primary color.
So you have a picture of the ramp showing that dark? Did I miss that? If you said you're using it on the garage?
We're using it as just a band on the garage,
okay.
a lower
Do you have
band.
a rendering that shows that?
I don't know that it shows the colors as well. Let me see if I can get back to one here. No, it's not showing on the rendering. It's
And
this.
that's what I thought.
There's a lower band right here.
So is the whole garage the cream color and not
Primarily,
the
yes.
white gray that you show in your rendering?
Yes, that is the Casota stone look, and the black is just a band.
And the band is in one place, two places?
No, it's on this lower panel. It's on the second floor panel, 24 inches tall, and goes around the whole building. Everything else, this is all Casota stone. The top half of this is the light. It's kind of the Casota stone look, yep. Mm-hmm.
Casota stone look. It is precast.
It's not a real Casota stone, no, it's an architectural precast.
Okay.
So that's, if you've seen the new United Healthcare ramp, that is an architectural precast.
And if you are requested to build your proof of parking, how high and where does that go?
That goes on the south end of the ramp only. There's about 100, if I recall right, 180 some odd spots or something like that, roughly.
Are you building the corner tower to...
It does not currently go to that height. It would be such that it could be extended, yes, because all that lives in there right now really is a stair. There's not an elevator in there or any of that sort of stuff.
And
so.
what on the rest of the building does that pretend stone match?
Are you speaking on the office building, or?
Any of the buildings? The new
Oh, there is
building
all of this, well, okay,
So does it match that?
it's trying to find a blend between, this is a rusticated stone
Yeah.
here, this is a real Casota stone, and then this is a cream brick. So we were trying to stick in that kind of cream or Casota stone color. That was our goal.
Okay, in your new building, though, you have glass on the west-facing facade, a little bit of the south, and then you have a piece in the middle, and then you have what almost looks like a replication of parking ramps, but with glass for the floors. Is that,
Oh, yep.
what, is that the same color?
Yes, it's in a different material. This is a masonry product called Ariscraft, and that is, can't recall now, I think it's this color right here. We'll put them up side by side. So those are the two colors. We didn't want to use precast in the building. This is more of a masonry kind of style and look. It comes in a different size and scale.
So the black stripe is taken from what part of the architecture that it would look like it is?
I think all we were trying to do was highlight kind of that entry level, right above the entry level. So as you enter, you know what I mean, that black stripe was kind of a wayfinder is the way I would put it, so that you know this is sort of the entry level as you go around the building. It's just a way to lead you around the building. So we were simply trying to highlight it, I think.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything on the existing buildings that are black. There's a red brick.
Right.
And we're using the same metal colors, which are what's called clear anodized. So our metal colors are clear anodized.
Sure. Now, you worked really, well, you didn't, but
What's that?
the mayor and I were on the city council when the front of the building was added onto and the facade was changed.
Oh, sure.
And were you there too? I was going to ask if you were there. And everyone worked really hard to make an improvement, and I think you did. Owning that building, I think you did at the time. I think it looks great. We didn't do any changes at that time to the parking ramp, to my knowledge. And so now we're talking about changes to the parking ramp. So this is an opportunity to improve the look of the parking ramp. I'll be honest, I don't think a black stripe improves the look of the parking ramp as it relates to the building. You have a fairly large campus. I would hope that it all looks like it's tied together. You at least have a glass piece in the corner that kind of ties to the new building. But to be honest, the black stripe does nothing for me as far as the architecture. I'm not an architect. I'm just telling you that if we miss this opportunity and we don't encourage you to really pull it together so it looks like one unit, then we've missed an opportunity.
Sure. One thing I maybe should point out that too is the existing ramp that was done back in '07 is just exposed concrete. So those spandrel walls.
Yeah, it's kind of ugly.
Can we go back to the drawings real quick? Those spandrel walls that are now going to be that are currently. So when you get down along this side right here, this is just an exposed concrete ramp. So we're going to cut those spandrels off and replace them with precast because we're trying to consolidate the whole thing.
Sure, and I wasn't complaining about your choice
No,
of
I
precast or
understand.
the color or anything. I'm just telling you that's great, and it looks like you've made it tie into the rest. I'm just telling you that you didn't call out the dark stripe, and I'm not a fan of the dark stripe, but I can't even tell you what it's going to look like because there isn't any in a picture.
Right.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Member Brindle.
As
Were you-
long as-
Yeah, go ahead.
As long as we are talking materials, can we go to page 6, please?
Oh, on this?
Of the IRET? Yes.
There.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so there's your building. What material is where? So I can see what the tan stone is from the board.
Yep.
And then looking at between the floors, you have horizontal stripes. What is that
This
material?
is all glass. We're just demarking this because this would be a spandrel glass. So it looks the same.
So that's all glass?
Yep. So that'll all be this. We're trying to use a little bit of a tinted glass because we're facing south, right? South and west. So we want to make sure we're taking that into account.
Okay.
So that will all look like glass.
All
And then
right.
these verticals are metal. So they're
That's the
that.
metal, okay.
Mhm. And that's kind of it. Those are
And the
materials.
horizontals that stick out are also metal?
Those are metal fins, or like a solar shade kind of thing.
Okay, and what's the entry?
This would be a metal canopy that sticks out of the building.
Okay, that's metal too.
Yep. And the color
So
doesn't
this
show up.
is, this piece, this addition is very different than the remainder of the building.
Yes, it's got some
Tie it
differences.
together for me.
It's got some differences. I think what we were trying to do was use similar materials and colorations of materials. We tried to pick up on this column base spacing that you see around the building all the way around.
Okay.
So we wanted it to be a bit more pronounced because it feels kind of weak and wimpy right now in the existing buildings. So we protruded it out a little bit further and created this sort of walk underneath. And then the reason for the full height glass, frankly, was because they don't get a lot of good light into the building now because the glass is so minimal. And the let's call it the newer approach rather than back in the 60s, is to open these things up and try to make use of that daylight and work that to your advantage rather than to your disadvantage. Now on the other side, we're looking out over a ramp, and we also face north. So we tried to diminish that glass some. So we tried to use it to our advantage where we thought it was a strength, but diminish it where we thought it wasn't, I guess is the way I'd put it.
All right.
We're trying to do it in this campus is kind of a mishmash. There's a number of different
It is.
buildings here. And so we didn't think that there was any one building that we could pick and just simply match. So rather than try to match, what we said is we try to work with the same scale and rhythms, like on those verticals, you know what I mean? And actually this window on the back, believe it or not, tries to pick up this notion of this very
Yep, I can
horizontal
see
kind of
that.
rhythm sort of thing, but then do it in a little bit more modern way. So our building looks new, and it doesn't look like it was a repeat of something else on the site. If we had a very dictated sort of aesthetic on this site that was clear in the entire campus, like you might see on a college campus or on some of these major corporate campuses, we certainly would have stuck with that 100%, you know what I mean? But there was nothing here that was really like that. So we looked at kind of color, materiality, and scale and sort of rhythm, I think is what established the design.
I think the biggest challenge I have is the number of turning movements in this constricted area, and that is a challenge. I'm looking at pages 14 and 15, and that's where my questions are going to come in. On this page right here, this is a good one. So the truck comes in and pulls in, and now somebody dropped Granny off, and they're coming back out, and now they're going to go park. And they're pulling in behind the truck.
Right.
And that seems to me to be a conflict between a car and a truck, because they may not realize that that truck has to back its way into the loading dock. And I see that as a conflict. I see it as possibly unsafe. So I don't know how you're going to deal with it. I see that, this is a much better loading dock situation than existed before, which was kind of no loading dock.
Exactly.
So I
Yeah.
totally understand, and you're trying to work with the space that you have. But that is one conflict that I can see that might cause somebody to have to back their car up. And if it's an elderly husband and wife, and he has dropped off his wife, and now he's going to park, he may or may not be dealing with that very well. And a person doesn't have to be elderly to, in a medical situation, be concerned about other things. So that's really where the conflict lies for me in that particular picture. Now, looking at page 15, where you have the occasional large truck, understandably, this truck is allowed entry from 5 PM till 7 AM?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or weekends.
Or
They're not open
Or
on weekends.
weekends, okay.
We can set that, too.
And my concern is that this truck has to encroach on the sidewalk.
This was never really, this is not really a sidewalk. This
That's
is
not a sidewalk?
This is an area for the semi so he doesn't destroy the grass, and it's a surmountable curb, so he's got extra maneuvering room in the event that he needs it.
Okay,
That was
so
really the
is
intent.
everything that's crosshatched like that not a sidewalk?
No, this is a sidewalk. This is concrete. That's really trying to indicate concrete paving is what it's trying to indicate.
Right. So
but this
some of the
could be-
concrete paving is a sidewalk and some isn't.
Right. This is the sidewalk here, the pedestrians cross right there.
Okay.
This is really intended, this doesn't really go anywhere. It's just
Okay.
intended for it. We could shorten it up so that people wouldn't mistake it as a sidewalk, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like from this end.
Well, if it was just one set, then it wouldn't be encroaching on that. But I understand that the sidewalk is out by the street. But I figured since that other piece is there, it possibly could have people walking on it.
It probably would if we connect, especially if we connect it. I think if we don't connect it,
I wonder if it's
So-
yellow, they would know to stay off of it.
yeah, I think if you hatched it or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly just.
We've also
one.
talked about, and we haven't investigated all of these, but we've talked about other kinds of safety measures that could be taken, everything from speed bumps to,
Right.
to limit how people would access those areas, to crossing arms, to, downtown, when you come out of a garage, there's warning lights and bells that go off and that sort of thing. So we've talked about other kinds of safety control devices that could be used here to help control these things a little bit too. I think our goal really was through consolidation to try and improve safety. At one point we talked about not having this entry. We think it's a really important part, frankly, but the garage will function without it. You know what I mean? And then this would become a loading area only.
See,
So there'd be no reason to be back
That's
there.
actually where I'm going, is separating car movements from truck movements.
Mm-hmm.
Because there wasn't an entry at this corner of the building before anyway, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I wasn't really
there
able to
is.
tell by the drawing. Okay, you could enter from here? Okay. All
I would say
right.
our goal is to have it because we think it's going to be a really disaster to have people go all the way around the block.
Yeah,
This
I
is
hear
a
ya.
this is a tough site to circulate on as it is. So our
Yep.
goal really is to clean up whatever we can clean up in the areas we are in. So
Sure.
and it's probably easier for me to say in a sense, but from my perspective, I guess as an architect, the fact that we're consolidating this loading dock makes it much safer and better for the facility because right now you've got
You got
these
'em
things
all over the
happening
place.
everywhere.
Yeah.
And if a tractor trailer or a 30-foot box truck shows up in the middle of the day, it's just going to drive to wherever it can get. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's my concern too, is even after this loading dock is built, could a truck driver decide that I don't like their dock, I'm going to go to this door over here where it's not restricted at all?
I don't think so because I think we've got better circulation within the building too. So for instance, we have a real dock. It's a depressed dock, so you can load right off of a truck. You know what
Oh,
I
it's-
mean?
okay.
Plus there's a freight elevator now in the building that'll get you down to that basement level. Like guys have to kind of carry the stuff down or heave it down now to get into the basement level of the building. So I think we're trying to provide them the tools to do their job better, is the way I'd put it. And at the end of the day, it's really in part up to building management, much like you might have a downtown urban area where you have a dock manager or something like that. They're going to have to, I'm sure it'll take everybody a while to figure it out once it starts. But I think once they figure it out, it'll actually be easier for them as well.
All right. Is the subway open in the evening?
I believe they're open until 8 or 9.
Are they? So people will come in here and park and run in? Okay. All right. All right, and that's on this end of the building, isn't it?
It's right here, kind of close to where that little square is.
Okay. So,
You'd come in the front door here. I mean, with
You
the
could
new
come in
building,
the
I suppose you
front
could come
door or-
in here and come all the way around or whatever, but I'd probably, if it was in the evening and everybody's pretty much gone for the day, I'd park right here and walk straight in.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
All right.
I suppose you could have some late workers that go down there, probably.
Yeah, I imagine.
Evenings.
I imagine. Okay, so there's a bike rack in this entrance.
This depicts it a little bit better. You can kind of see this plaza. This is the low seating wall. There's a seat wall here that you
Okay.
can sit on. There's bike racks down right in this plaza area, and then there's bike racks back in the garage.
In the
as well.
garage. So if somebody is coming from the north
Yes.
to this building, there isn't a bike rack at the north entrance then, or the west entrance?
I don't know, are there any current bike racks on this site?
We're sort of wanting to increase bike and pedestrian access to things, so.
I think there's one out by, headed by the subway entrance, and then there's some interior ones.
I mean, the subway entrance would make a lot of sense for there to be a bike rack there.
Yeah, there's that one on the France side, or the 65th Street side.
Okay.
And I think that's one of those things that if you guys want to add something like that as a
Okay.
condition, that you'd like to see some of these bike racks dispersed on the site rather than us
Yeah.
pooling them all in one area, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, I'll
Because
think
that's,
about that.
that's real simple stuff to do. It's kind of like landscaping. You know, if
Yeah.
somebody wants a little taller tree or a couple more, that's not a big deal in the scale and scope of this project, you know.
Yeah. All right, just looking at everything I thought about. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Member Sprague.
Can I have one of you actually bring the samples up, the cast stone? And I know it's
Sure.
a big piece, but I'd like to check it out. And then, did you ever consider any art for this entry? For the
Yep.
turnaround?
Paul and I-
the reason
well-
why I was bringing it up is it's something that we
Yes.
brought
kinda.
forward on 6500 that I think is a really nice element from the street
Yep.
scape point of view. It's also kind of welcoming for the pedestrians and for people that are getting service there.
It's also being added by the hospital.
Yep. So it's the theme right now in the area.
Yes, we've actually talked about it a little bit. I think we talked about it a little bit more in the, if you look back at the site plan, wait till he goes back here. Can you flip back to the drawings for me? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have this kind of walk across, and our goal was to put some sort of element here. Right now we're showing a tree, but it was kind of this notion of a plaza or a place where somebody could go and sit and wait a little bit or something. Let's say you got somebody who's into a doctor's appointment and they're going to be in there for a couple hours because they're getting some sort of treatment or whatever. Somebody wanted to get outside. This low seating wall was kind of hopefully going to become something special. That was our hope. We didn't know whether that would end up being like a signage element in combination with a seat, or maybe we had talked about actually like flags or awning type things down there, those sorts of things. To create, our goal is to create kind of an end piece here. So yes, we have the same goal that you do. We don't want this to be a dead end. So we also had talked, Paul and I had visited a little bit about like public art in the lobby a little bit, that kind of stuff. We hadn't really gone anywhere with it, but we had started talking about it.
Okay.
So
And for the I'm going to go back to this pedestrian crossing again because I don't
this
see
one right here.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
see. I mean, in terms of frequency, the conflict's going to be more with cars than it is with trucks. So I'm just wondering what the intended
I think it's
application
actually,
is there.
I think it's
'cause-
actually in your ordinance. I think there's this notion of connecting the streets to the entry of buildings, and that's what kind of the goal was. But if somebody said, we don't want a walk there, we want to get rid of this crosswalk, and we want to get rid of this crosswalk, and promote that people
we
come
probably
across
want
somewhere
more
else.
now than less.
Yeah.
I'm just talking more about the application of what's put down. So
I think our thought was is somebody that's walking on the sidewalk or coming off of a bus could get easily across here to our front entry. This is all kind of covered walk. The building steps back, so you're walking underneath the building to the entrance there.
material though is permeable pavers. And how
This
does
is
that,
all permeable paving in the drive.
right.
in
I'm
here.
talking about what is that material of that entrance sidewalk, yeah.
Right now, the way we have it drawn on the landscape plan is as colored concrete. And we have
Okay.
various different colors. Like
So you
these
kind of play
show.
off of the front, the 66th Street sidewalk, which is colored concrete, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So it does have a different visibility factor?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't want it to just be gray concrete.
That's
Your
what I
bus
was-
stop
And
is
what?
just east of that anyway. The bus stop is on the corner just east of that.
Yep, right down here.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, our goal would be to the same. I mean, once again, I realize this conflict exists, but these conflicts already exist on the site today. People are walking across trucks as it stands right now. This is only going to be better, is our notion, I think, at least. And so I think architecturally, within our group, our design group, is we would always promote this notion of connecting streets to buildings and that kind of stuff. It moves a little bit towards new urbanism, but not exactly, because that pushes the buildings to the street, which is kind of a whole sort of planning and zoning change that some cities have done or have looked at. But we'd always be trying to connect it. I think somebody mentioned the possibility of making a connection down here. I think that probably makes a lot of sense. Either it was down...
A little bit further to the left.
Yeah, further west, kind of, right down
there.
here.
Yep.
Hit the southwest corner of the building there.
Yep.
I was
Yep.
the one who asked for that, and I would prefer that you work with the city engineer to figure
Sure.
out the best
Sure.
location for that.
Sure.
But definitely providing some access from the south to across the travel lanes for folks who are coming from the west.
Okay. I think our goal is the same as yours. We would want to improve those connections.
There was a discussion about whether you're putting a sidewalk in the corner of the ramp that has the glass corner.
Yep.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, there is. There's a little curvy sidewalk down there that connects
Okay.
that glass corner as an access point
Okay.
to the garage.
Member Bennett, did you have some more sidewalk questions?
No, I think I'd like to
Okay.
have that added as a condition, but I would be happy to have it be subject to the determination
Sure.
of the city engineer.
Sure. With respect to the proposed permeable paver sidewalks on 66th and Drew, the length of the property, what's the proposed width of that sidewalk?
Reed Schultz, Landform Professional Services, 66, 105th South 5th Avenue. The width of it, we're matching the city standard, which is 8 feet on 66, and I believe it drops down to 6 feet along Drew.
What was it on Drew? 6?
6 feet, I believe, yes.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions about like the divided drive now since he's on?
Member Bennett.
And how wide will the boulevard be between the sidewalk and West 66th Street?
I believe it's about 6.5 feet, somewhere in there. It's about a foot off of the property line, I believe, is what the city standard is. And so we're matching what is kind of existing out there today. The pavers, the section, and everything are all per city standard details because it is within the right-of-way in the city property. So,
All right. Mr. O'Shea, would you come back up, please? One of the things that concerns me is the expanse of ramp that we'll see both on 66th Street and on Drew. And while I know it exists on Drew today, this also gives us, as Member Swinson said, the chance to think about tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And we've tried to do that with some of the ramp work that we've done. Twin Cities Orthopedics is a great example right in that immediate neighborhood of how they've masked the fact that it's a ramp.
one very well.
Yeah, and still accomplish the purpose of allowing air to diffuse and fresh air to come in with louver mechanisms that they use. Same thing down at Centennial Lakes, Shops of Centennial Lakes. Mm-hmm. We have a ramp there that is basically covered in louvers. And it may be obvious that it's a parking ramp, but it looks better than a parking ramp. So
Sure.
I think I'd want to have you think about the same thing here if there's a recommendation to move forward on a preliminary basis. Because you're going to be right up to 66th Street and then right on Drew, too. We don't know what's going to happen east of this building on Drew over time, but I think it'd be better to not be looking at a parking ramp.
Yeah, we
per se.
updated I think that you probably have it in your packets, and it's a technical drawing, so it's a little harder to look at than a rendering, but we did update our landscape plan. And we had already determined pretty much that everything along Drew was going to get destroyed during the construction anyway, as far as existing plantings and trees. So this rendering tries to depict that we've kind of doubled up or tripled up on plantings here. You can see quite a few more trees than if you went back to the original submittal. So we've beefed that up quite a bit. We've beefed this area up in front of the loading area. We have not, to be honest with you, I don't think we really addressed more plantings along 66th or 65th, but certainly that's, you know, we're going to be affecting a lot of areas here. The construction activity is going to get well into some of these tree zones or root zones anyway, where these trees are probably not going to make it. So a lot of this, plus we're doing all new pavers through here, so I think it's realistic to think that this all gets replaced as well, frankly.
All right, you give that some thought, would you please?
Mayor, can I follow up on
Sure.
that as you're thinking about that? I was thinking more on the 66 side, trying not to elevate the landscaping, but to elevate the facade itself.
Well, that's right.
Reskin. I mean, I hear what you're saying on the Drew side.
Sure.
In terms of doubling up and trying to hide that wall. But on the 66 side, with the new building facade and the modernism you're bringing there, it seems to me there would be some value incrementally to reskinning that.
I agree, and I didn't
elevation.
maybe make myself clear, but on 66th Street side, I'm concerned about some kind of a skin being on the building that masks the fact that it's a ramp. And landscaping alone isn't going to do it for me. Every time I drive down 70th Street by the new Target and I see the Galleria ramp as I'm heading eastbound on my left, or I'm turning that way and coming west, we missed an opportunity there. And they're trying to do it with landscaping, and it's still, you know, it's a ramp moved up right to the street. And that's what I'm worried about here too, is that we're trying to figure out ways to engage the street in a active living sort of way, and having a parking ramp, the side of a parking ramp just hanging over 66th Street is something that I don't really, this was a chance to fix that kind of a problem, so.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep. I think I think we're in the same kind of thing. We're in the same kind of place you guys are. I mean, I think we recognize, well, I don't know how to have a good rendering shot of it. I think we recognize that there's an opportunity here. In some senses, that's why we were doing that. And so we can certainly upgrade that or take a look at it, but we recognized it too. We were trying to create a corner, you know, like importance at the corner. Because the stair itself, just all it is simply an exit stair. You know, so it doesn't really serve any practical purpose to make it nice.
I appreciated its design.
Yeah, I do too.
The segue, though, with that end cap and the rest of the campus on that facade is that wall of the parking ramp. It's it's the connector.
Yep.
And I thought Member Brindle raised a very good point, and that is the concurrent use of that space for both loading and ramp access could create some difficulties. So one thing that might help us would be to know how many deliveries there are on average per day by straight truck, and how many deliveries per day by tractor-trailer combination.
We'd put those
Or
numbers
weekly.
together. Building management put those together. So.
I don't know if Mr. Ranke knows the answer to that or not.
I'll give you some approximates. When you think about the routine deliveries, U.S. Postal Service 3 times a day, UPS 3 times a day, FedEx 3 times a day. So you get 9 times 5, 45 deliveries a day. The normal deliveries, anything from coffee, plants, supplies, inter-office deliveries, could be 80 times a week. Medical specific activities, medical waste, document services, lab services, linens. Huge range, going from maybe 80 to 120 times a week. So that's the type of box deliveries. Now, from a pedestrian patient situation too, the bulk of the patients, roughly 70%, bear with me, approximately 70% of the patients are coming in from 65th through the main door on the north or on the west, the France Avenue door. That patient load is ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 a day, depending on what's going on. Then we think about how they arrive. 30% of them, roughly, are coming from metro mobility, some type of transport, taxi, car service, medical transport, that type of activity. Other people are being dropped off and then parking as necessary or driving themselves. So it's a very active campus is
Sure.
one of the points.
And I think what you're doing here is encouraging people to use that south entrance, and I think implicitly then will be an encouragement for them to use the ramp entrance right there. So let's get back to the tractor-trailer combination movements. Do you know how many of those occur per week?
You know, if it's 1, 2 a month, again, depending on what's going on as far as tenant moves, and again, as Matt indicated, right now we're very full, 94%. So the tenant moves is low. When that happens, that's what happens with those tractor trailers or the big medical equipment or the bulk deliveries, new furniture when they're sprucing up. So whether it's once or twice a month, again, after hours, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the morning, as part of the lease, the regulations of the lease for them occupying the space, that's part of the control feature.
Mm-hmm.
If it happens once, you know, they're on it. There's security on on site, also observing what's going on. So right now, it is part of the lease obligations that they sign and commit to adhering to. That it's after 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I actually don't think the tractor-trailer combinations are as difficult to work with here as the straight trucks interacting with passenger vehicles. And I'm just wondering, you got 36 feet to work with there. The tractor trailers come in at night. If we impose that kind of a condition, depending on how the public hearing goes here, that seems to be manageable. I think it's the daytime activity with the trucks coming and going, and Member Brindle did a good job of describing people trying to access the ramp. So are there some devices that you could use, because you got 36 feet to work with there? Couldn't you create like a 12-foot drive aisle for passenger cars with devices that come up out of the ground that kind of delineate the drive into the ramp and keep the cars and the straight trucks separated during the day so that they don't get confused, and they've still got 24 feet to maneuver a straight truck. And I'm assuming that's enough room to maneuver a straight truck.
Yes, it should be.
Maybe not.
Because they can go down a drive aisle. That's what they're doing right now. That's what's on the site
So I'm
currently.
just saying, think about it, because
But
there
I
could
think
be
that
some
would
way to
work.
solve this.
Something like that would work. That was one of our notions, was to try and improve the safety of this. After we had the planning commission meeting, we discussed it some and tried to, we really don't want to give up the south entrance because it seems to work and make a lot of sense. On the other hand, our hope is that there are some, I think what you're talking about is almost the kinds of things that you see on the freeway that might divide a bus lane from a car lane, where they have the soft
Some kind of
whips or whatever.
retractable barrier that you
But I
could
think
use
that
during
kind
the
of
day.
distance would work very easily, because a one-way lane is, I think, in the city's 12 feet minimum or 14 feet minimum. So I think we could accomplish that pretty easily, frankly.
I don't think, we've got them as narrow as 11.
Well, and MnDOT's moving toward 10. There are 10
Oh,
there are
wow.
10-foot wide lanes on Highway 100, and in terms of it's now through a variance process, but actually in terms of speed, that narrower lane usually helps
Oh,
people
okay.
slow down.
All right, Mr. O'Shea, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. O'Shea? Otherwise, I'll open this up for public hearing. All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rankin, and everybody else on the team. Okay, I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify, you'll have 3 minutes. Best to use one of the side podiums. Give us your name and address. You'll get a yellow warning light when you've got 30 seconds left, and we'll try to manage the time as best we can here. So, is there anyone that wishes to come forward and inquire or testify regarding this matter? I don't see anyone standing, and I don't hear anyone saying, yeah, I'd like to testify. So is there a motion to close the public hearing?
moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. Discussion, Member Swenson, and I've been writing things down for you.
Yeah, I was
here,
going to
too.
go over my note list to see if what I have on my notes covers concerns that people have. So my first under conditions was that additional sidewalk to the west that connected with that front line of the building. And a note that I got from Commissioner Sprague, was that there be colored concrete that clearly denotes that they're sidewalks. Additional landscaping per their plan, at least on the loading dock area. The material board that they showed, but I have something else later on that talks about ramp material. Driveway width reduction as a potential, working with our city engineer as to what the turning ratios need to be. Condition of the loading hours, and I think we talked about 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. and weekends.
It's my understanding that's in their lease, so we should comply with what's in the lease.
I
if we're
quoted
gonna-
their times.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd go deeper than that. I'd go later at night, like 7 p.m. to 6 a.m., something like that.
Okay, we can ask that question then.
All right.
I also got from member Brindle to, and this might change depending on what they do with the width and the drive-in to that one ramp, but to not connect that truck width at the beginning part of the backup so it doesn't look like a walkway.
Right.
That might be different if we look at trying to divide the truck backup area, but you would have to take the bollards down or whatever you use to divide them if you're having semis back up because they couldn't back up. I ran a warehouse. There's no way they would make it through backing up and turning there. Expanding bike racks to the west and the north. The potential for public art in that middle boulevard. That we confirmed that there was a sidewalk to the middle, to the corner glass area of the ramp. We talked about increased plantings around the ramp to replace plantings that are there today, but that there would be more. And then I think the other thing that we're all kind of stuck on is that parking ramp design and its material. And what I'm going to suggest is we do something that we've done before, is that we have them work with Director Teague as to what makes the best sense aesthetically to improve the look of that ramp. Did I miss anything?
A couple of things that I had additionally were permeable paver sidewalks as required by code, the full length of the property on both Drew and 66th Street.
Okay, I figured since it was required by code, I didn't have to say it, but would you like
Yeah,
to
just-
repeat it as a condition?
I think just the width is required, but the sidewalks may or may not be.
Okay.
So permeable paver
Yeah.
sidewalks, according to code, I think they were 8 feet wide on 66th Street and 6 feet wide on Drew, the length, full length of the property. And then some type of screening material, louvers or other screening material on the ramp, on the 66th Street side of the ramp. At least to look at it and see what it looks like as we come to final approval phase.
So that ties back to condition, the condition about working with staff on the design and the cladding of the ramp. Right, Mayor?
I don't think we've been. Say that again, please. I just had a sidebar conversation going here.
Ties back to working with staff on the design and the cladding of the ramp. And are we talking about all facades?
Well, I would. Otherwise, you have one side that's treated differently than another, and I think that would, but that's my
It
own.
seems like a reasonable approach to me. I'd be comfortable with that, looking at all sides of the ramp. Member Bennett, I think
Yes,
you
Your
raised
Honor,
an
this
interesting
is,
point.
this is the
This is
last time
final.
it'll be in front of us. This is not a
That's right,
preliminary
yeah.
process. And then the other thing that I have a question about, and I didn't raise it because the discussion of the louvers or some other kind of screening seemed to move away from a full screen just to 66th Street. But that is, since the central, what is it being called, but the AC, basically with the HVAC moved inside the building, are we going to have a problem with ventilation? Because I know that those are usually constructed outside. I think that when we were discussing the movement of the one from York Gardens, there was some consideration of where it was going to be located to make sure it was still properly ventilated. And so I think we would need, before we make something a condition of approval, we would want to know whether or not it's even possible from an engineering
I
perspective.
think that's why part of that parking ramp design pertained to working with Director Teague as to its final
Sure.
Because I agree with you, you know, that obviously the chiller is louvered inside. If we put louvers on louvers, do we lose the ability to keep it ventilated properly?
But just to go back to the clear direction of the staff on that, we're talking about the entire building surround versus ramp surround versus just the 66th Street elevation. Mayor.
Yeah, I'd be most comfortable looking at the entire ramp. I think Member Brindle makes a good point there, and that was where I originally started, was looking at the entire ramp. I was hesitant in answering you because I feel like there's so many loose ends here in basically a final approval phase that I've got a fairly significant level of discomfort that we're going to get everything we want. And I don't know if staff is particularly comfortable deciding what we want.
Why don't we ask?
The 60-day rule, we have a little time here. So if the council's not comfortable with the look of that ramp, you could table it this evening. You've provided direction for what you'd be looking for, and then they could come back at an upcoming meeting. I think we would have time to hear this at either of your meetings in October and still
Because it
meet
wouldn't
our...
be a public hearing. We've already done the
best.
public hearing part of it.
Right.
And we don't have to review necessarily the whole project, just the changes to the
Yep.
project as they pertain to our conditions.
The ramp design and facade is integral to the approval, so I agree, Mayor.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
I agree. Yeah, and then some type of daytime lane separation for the ramp and the loading garage, I think would be some type of mechanical system that you expand, comes out and contracts. You should take a look at that too.
Were you talking about the travel lanes again, something?
The ramp, the lane into the ramp and to the loading dock.
Well, it's almost making it like a little two-way street,
Correct.
as it were. One entrance to the loading dock, one entrance
Yeah.
to the parking.
But you've got to be able to have a
Entrance,
barrier
exit.
that comes down so that when the semis come in a couple times a month, they can get back in there.
Yeah.
You need the whole
Yeah.
36 feet then.
You
That's what I
can't have
think.
anything permanently
It
up
needs to
there
be something
because the semis
mechanical
will
that-
never make it.
Right,
goes
I
up
guess so
and
we're looking for the solution, perhaps one of the solutions is to make it like a two-way street where there's one traffic going in and a delivery van would go east, turn north to the loading dock, and as it's exiting, which the vehicles using the parking ramp will not be doing, then they would be exiting to the
Could
north.
stay in their
and
own lane of
You
travel.
can't just stripe it, huh?
Well, that's my question, is can you simply stripe it like you
Well,
would a two-lane
I'd
roadway?
like to see what's possible, and maybe we would just
Interesting
say
concept.
striping it would be okay. Or even a small surmountable curb in the middle that the semis wouldn't need to worry about. But we've got some time to think this through here if we're going to have them come back. So I think, does anybody else have any other conditions that they were thinking about imposing or suggesting that be imposed?
So, Director Teague, under your 60-day recommendation, we're not going to approve this tonight. We're going to request that it be continued. Will we have the list of conditions as part of that request then? Or we just assume they took really good notes, or you did and they'll call you and make sure they've covered everything?
We
it's the
would, I
latter.
would, based on your comments and recommendations, I would revise that resolution. So you'd have the revised resolution in addition to the revised plans.
I think
And
if,
our next meeting is October 1,
so,
October
2nd.
is that enough time?
I would ask the proponent, is that enough time to make the changes that we've,
All right, then Member Swenson's going to make a motion to continue this to a date certain.
then I'm going to move that we continue it until October 1.
Second.
All right, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right, you're a long way down the road. We got a little ways to go. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Reinke, Mr. O'Shea, you did a good job for your client this evening. Thank you. It's too much of a pile. The next portion of the agenda is community comment. If there's anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and address the council on a matter that's not before the council tonight, that's not otherwise on the agenda, feel free to come forward, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment or raise a question. All right, I don't see anybody coming forward. We'll move on to the reports and recommendations section of the agenda. And the first matter in front of us there is 8A, which is a resolution 2013-79 and 2013-80 awarding the sale of GO bonds. And Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had a sale of bonds today, 2 separate issues. And we do have with us tonight Mr. Mark Ruff from Ellers, and he's here to give a report on the sale. And Mr. Wallen, John Wallen, our finance director, is also here to answer any questions about that tonight. One thing I would like the council to consider is that later on your council agenda tonight, on your HRA agenda tonight, there is also an item called Resolution Number 2013-14, authorizing redemption of Series 2009 B bonds. As that item is what I would guess in the very distant future tonight, if you have some questions about that you can pose to Mr. Ruff during this time, that would be a kind thing of you to do.
You mean then he could leave and not?
That's what I'm
to the
suggesting,
very end of our
because
meeting?
he's got a very important speaking engagement tomorrow that we got to get him off to.
Okay.
All right.
Bags under his eyes will not.
No, it won't be good.
All right, Mr. Ruff, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mark Ruff with Ellers, I would like to mention that Manager Neal also will be at that speaking engagement. So.
Just saying. Yeah.
I handed out this evening 2 pieces of paper, or 2 packets of information regarding each of the series of bonds. The first series of bonds is the 2013A. It was originally sized at $8,535,000. Based on the sale today, we were able to reduce the size to $8,265,000. That bond issue has 2 purposes. One is financing of your ongoing street reconstruction program, and the other is a refinancing of a bond issue that was issued back in 2009 for the Public Works facility. I'm happy to say that interest rates came in better than we anticipated. It was based on a couple of factors. One is I am happy to tell you that you did have your AAA ratings from both Moody's and Standard & Poor's affirmed. That's no small feat. You may have been paying attention to the news recently. A number of cities have been downgraded, but in particular by Moody's. Certainly activities nationally, the bankruptcy in Detroit, some difficulties with defaults in Illinois, California, and other parts of the country have caused some of the rating agencies to look again at their methodologies. The city of Minneapolis recently was downgraded from a AAA primarily because of some pension obligations, even though in large part the city of Minneapolis is much healthier than it was 3 years ago. Recognizing those factors, staff did recommend, and we coordinated a visit from both of the rating agencies. And so 2 weeks ago we had 2 members of each of the rating agencies on different days, Standard & Poor's and Moody's. We spent a couple hours touring around Edina. Your city shows off very well. They were impressed at the number of piles of dirt that were around the city. We took them by Braemar and talked a lot about both the current and potential recreation improvements that have taken place and potentially may take place out at that facility, as well as some of your future redevelopment opportunities in Pentagon Park and Grandview. And so it was a great visit, and just day was perfect, and they asked very good questions, and your staff did an excellent job. So those ratings are very important. Only a handful of cities in Minnesota have both AAA, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's. Based on those ratings, we did receive 7 bids, and Wells Fargo was the low bid at a 2.67% interest rate. These are bonds that go out approximately 17 years. So generally the results mean that we have lower assessment rates for those homeowners who are being assessed. Those rates should be about 3.7%, 1% over the borrowing rate. And in addition, we we did save, in a present value basis, over $255,000 on the 2009 issue. If you recall, that 2009 issue was also a Build America bond, where the federal government is paying part of, or rebating part of the interest cost to you. Given the sequester, part of that rebate has been reduced, and so that gave us the opportunity to refinance these bonds. And so the good news is that risk of federal government policy change will no longer be the city's risk. It'll be the people who bought those bonds in case they ever change the tax code again, or tax-exempt bonds. So the city will enjoy a long-term interest rate, which will reduce taxes for the city with that refinancing. On pages 3, 4, and 5, a list of all the bidders. Piper Jaffray here locally was second, but again, you have bids from all over the country: Tennessee, Alabama, Chicago, and the following pages are the sources and uses and the debt service schedules that are associated with each of the purposes. So with that, I'm really very happy to say that that the sale went better than expected. We do have copies of each of the rating reports available, and the Standard & Poor's report and the Moody's reports are also attached to your packet. In the interest of time, I won't go through them in detail, but I will say that obviously you score very high. The last thing I will mention about Standard & Poor's is right after the visit, they did announce that they were changing their criteria, and the city of Edina was one of the first cities in the nation to go through this new criteria process. And so your staff broke ground in answering questions that were very, very much more detailed. Standard & Poor's has created a much more transparent process. And in that process, your economy, in other words, your tax base and the wealth of your income and wealth of your residents, is 30% of your rating. So Edina scores very well in that particular area. So if there's any questions on that particular issue, and we could certainly talk about the other smaller bond issue quickly if you would like to do that, and then you could take action on both of them after that.
Sure. Why don't we do that?
All right. The second bond issue is a separate series of bonds. It's a separate series mainly because, if you recall, City of Edina has a special law that was passed back in 1961 that allows you to issue general obligation bonds for recreation improvements. The city's bond attorney has indicated that we have to have a separate actual series of bonds, and so we have this $1,125,000 bond issue. Because it's a smaller bond issue, it attracts less attention. It's about the same term, goes up to 2029. We had two bids. Interest rates were a little more than 0.25% higher, mainly just because it's a smaller bond issue. But again, it's 3% over that long period of time, just under $100,000 a year in debt service. The interest rates were just about where we had predicted at that 3% range. We did leave this bond issue the same size, so the resolution and all of the other documents will reflect a par amount of $1.125 million. Again, this bond issue was specifically for part of the reconstruction of the Golf Dome out at Braemar. So I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. But overall, interest rates have come up since May. I've heard about it, but generally, these interest rates are as low as anybody in the state's going to get on this particular week. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Ruff? Or any questions regarding the matter in front of the HRA?
Do we want them as two motions?
We do. We'll take, let's take the Series 2013A, which is embodied in Resolution 2013-79. Do we have a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2013-79. Discussion? Roll call, please. I guess we could do it by a majority vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next would be the 2013B bond issuance, and that's embodied in Resolution 2013-80. Is there a motion there?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
Can
All
I?
right, Mr. Ruff, bear with us a second. Member
Well,
Swenson.
I was just going to congratulate our tour guides on doing such a fine job, and our city manager for helping us continuing to manage our city and to have that great bond rating. It's an advantage.
And our Director of Finance,
And
sitting
a
right
director
there.
of finance.
And we also want to thank Key Cadillac for loaning us an Escalade for the tour for the day.
Oh,
We'll thank them too.
That was very nice.
But it's just a relief to have that tour over, especially now that I hear that they were using a new method for one of them to rate us. So
feels very, very good to retain those two AAA bond ratings, so speaks to the financial health of our city and its good management, so thanks everybody. And Mr. Ruff, thanks for your guidance, always beneficial to our community.
And then the question was, did we have any questions for him later this evening? Did anyone have any?
I really don't.
The HRA item, as I understand it, is just your official authorization to do the refinancing on the bonds, is it not?
The 2009 bonds were
Right.
lease revenue bonds, annual appropriation. Technically, they were issued by the HRA, so it's
Right.
just an administrative action to call those bonds in.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ruff. All right, Mr. Teague, or Director Teague, the next matter before us is some sketch plan review, or a sketch plan review regarding a potential project at 6725 York Avenue South. What we all know is the old Wicks Furniture site.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is another sketch plan review where you're asked to provide
You need a little more volume on that, I think.
where you'd be asked to provide non-binding comments.
I don't think it's working.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, sketch plan review where you're asked to provide non-binding comments on this development project. So this does include the Old Wick site located here, and also 5 single-family homes to the east that are in the city of Edina. The border of Richfield is Xerxes as it runs north and south here. Here is York Avenue. The site, or at least the Wick site, is guided in our comprehensive plan for a community activity center, and then those 5 single-family homes are all guided in the comp plan for low-density residential. What the applicant is proposing and looking for feedback here is to construct a 6-story, 273-unit upscale apartment development. It would include a little over 22,000 square foot market or deli on the first floor that would face York Avenue. And the applicant will go through those renderings in a little bit more detail, but they would have a parking field out in front along York Avenue, a sidewalk provided along York with the pedestrian connection to the front of the building. This configuration is somewhat similar to the YMCA that had the parking field in front with the sidewalk that comes through the middle here. There would be underground parking for the apartments, access available on the north and south side. There would be a loading dock associated with that retail space on the south side of the building. Trucks would enter the site, back into the dock, and then proceed out Xerxes, and then out. On the I guess this would be the second level. Elevated would be a pool and deck area, amenity space for the residents. This would sit above the parking garage. There would be one parking garage. Maybe this next slide shows that. One parking level underground. Second parking level would be at grade. And then that amenity deck would be above the parking deck. So this would be elevated above that loading dock, and they would look over to the south where there's the the grocery store to the south. So they would look over those loading docks as well. Quickly run through some elevations, and again, the applicant will go through these in greater detail. Again, a 6-story building. So to accommodate this request, there would be 4 comprehensive plan amendments that would be required. First would be for building height. Comp plan outlines a maximum of 4 stories and 48 feet, and the proposal here is for 6 stories and 66 feet. Housing density, we establish a maximum for all age type facilities at 30 units an acre, and this proposal is for 59 units an acre. Floor area ratio maximum of 1.0. The proposal here is for 1.55. And then the re-guiding of those single-family homes to the Community Activity Center, which is the current designation, again, for the WIC site. So the main consideration here for the council is really in regard to the density and the comprehensive plan amendments required to accommodate this. Traffic study would be needed to determine the impacts on the roadways. Another consideration for the council here is for affordable housing. This would be an opportunity to help meet our goals with the Met Council. If 10% were required here, 27 units could be provided to help us meet that goal. Also, the applicant is pledging to use sustainable design principles. That, again, would be a key element, especially given the densities that are proposed here. Planning Commission did review this and provided their comments. The minutes are provided in your staff report. Some of the concerns they had were on the impact on Xerxes. They were looking potentially reduce height on Xerxes and push that height toward York if possible. They did have some concerns with the location of the loading dock and its impact on Richfield as trucks would exit the site. They also had concerns over the sustainable designs and how that's going to be measured. And again, that would be looked at as part of any PUD process. And also are recommending that at least 10% here be provided for affordable housing. So with that, I can stand for questions, or the applicant is here to provide the detail as well.
All right, good. Any questions for Director Teague, or should we ask the applicant to come up? All right, thank you. It was a good introduction. So is there a team from Lennar here? Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. Mayor Evelyn, thank you. Fellow council members, thank you for taking the time. Good to see some of you again. I'm Peter Shimoleski, a development manager for Lennar Multifamily Investors. Part of our team from ESG Architects, local architecture firm, is Aaron Rosseth. And our division president of Lennar, Doug Bober, is in the audience tonight. So thank you again for taking the time and do a quick introduction. Some of you already know a little bit about Lennar and a little bit about the building, so I'll just give you a quick history, and then I'll let Aaron talk about the architecture and design, and we can move forward from there. And thank you again for offering some of your time in the past. We've taken a lot of your feedback from just our original non-formal meetings and put them into design, so you hope you can see some of your impact already. We also had the sketch plan review with Planning Commission, and we're using the exact same presentation and same plan as we gave to them, just so that we can have a full palette of information from the city before we make any big design changes or move forward with it. So for Lennar, it's a home builder. It's a publicly traded company since 1954, a nationwide company. We actually the largest home builder in Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And through the years, they've diversified themselves a bit, one of which is Lennar Multifamily Investors, which we are a part of. Started about 2 years ago. It's across the country, and we're looking to do really high-end, luxury-type residential units, mostly for rent, in high-tier cities like Edina. The site, as you know, is we also call the Wicks Furniture site. We originally were looking at just that site and just doing residential. With the constraints of that site, given the cost of the property, the intention from the city to have a retail corridor along York, to include that in there, and for us really to get the project to work, both architecturally and financially, we were a bit constrained on just that site. But we didn't want to give up and really try to be as creative as possible, and did the inclusion of potentially the acquisition of 5 homes along Xerxes Avenue as part of our development. So we're in conversations with those homeowners to see, and the banks, since 2 of the homes are foreclosed, to potentially take control of the homes and include that as part of our development. With that, it allowed us to do, we think, an appropriately sized development, along with retail and a lot of community spaces and access points for pedestrian walkways, and something that we think fits on the site quite well. And I'll let Aaron go through that a little bit a little bit more. So I'll pass it off to you and talk about the design.
Thanks, Mr. Shimolewski.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Russett, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hovland and council members. We appreciate being here tonight. I'm going to make this full view. So we really appreciated meeting with you early because I think it's helped shaped how we've developed the project over the last month or so, and I think a lot of the feedback, I'm going to talk specifically about how we believe those have been integrated, and like Peter said, we also went through Planning Commission sketch plan review and received a lot of good comments from them also. So. I don't need to identify the site. I think we all know where it is. One of the important things I think to keep in mind as you consider the different amendments that we're asking for in terms of the comp plan is there is a lot of height in this area, and because of, or hopefully because of acquiring the additional sites and having a very nice setback on Xerxes, we believe that it's very fitting and contextual and acts as a good transition into the neighborhood. This is the front view, and some of the feedback that we heard early on was to really increase the landscaping and make as strong of connections from a pedestrian experience to the site and around the site as possible. I'm going to skip ahead to the site plan to talk about that a little bit more. This catches up with me. So again, a lot of the feedback we heard was the connections and how sidewalks connect, etc. What we tried to do in the site is literally create a walking path around the entire perimeter. And we believe that really reinforces the connection from Richfield coming into the Edina side and the commercial district. We also think that it's a very strong circulation path for the residents of the building where they can do dog walking or just exercising, and then creating node type areas as it connects throughout that surrounding, and possibly doing benches and things of that sort as sort of respite spots along the way. When we met with you, we talked a lot about what I'll call townhomes or brownstones. They're single-family houses, but creating a liner around the entire project so you don't see the parking, the majority of the parking for the residential. We think that's a really good urban design strategy and strong way to interact with the neighborhood and connect into the fabric of the single-family living. So that's what you're seeing on these single level living areas on this first level is stoops and sidewalks that connect into the larger sidewalk network. I'm going to go back to those plans. Sorry if this makes you dizzy. So some of the other feedback we heard was creating very strong community gathering spots within this sidewalk network. So we carved out a portion of the building on this side, and this is an outdoor terrace sitting area. And depending on what the retail becomes, we're considering, or we're hoping that a coffee shop element, whether it's part of the market or an independent retailer, would use either one of these corners, and then again connect into that sidewalk network. We worked on the base. We heard some feedback that to try to strengthen the I'll call it the plinth of the building, where it interacts with, where the one-story townhomes are, and created a trellis type structure where you're working with a relationship between a private dwelling unit and the public realm. And then the landscape buffers that kind of create a strong edge to the sidewalk, street trees, and then a transition into the yard or front door of these living units. Carrie did a very good job of describing sort of the general building elements. We if you have any questions on this, I'm happy to answer them. One of the item I wanted to point out in the building section is just to reinforce that all of the residential parking is surrounded by this building. So this blue section here is the townhomes, and then the one full story of underground parking beneath that. Our just quick metrics, our unit count is 273 units. Residential parking is 373, and retail is about 121, supporting 22,000 square feet of retail approximately. So Peter and I are here to answer any questions, and we'd love to hear your comments. Thank you.
Member Brindle, would you like to lead off?
Sure, thank you. Well, thank you. I see some of the things that we talked about when we were together. We had a joint meeting with the Planning Commission, and our speaker was the Urban Land Institute. And they told us at that time that the growth in Edina that we could expect was going to be high density. And the challenge for us, it really is that it's concentrated high density in that Southdale area. That said, I appreciate the things that we see here, that I see here, that we discussed when we were together. I personally like what I see. If I lived on Xerxes and had a 6-story building directly across the street from me, I might have a few pains about it. I like the terraces. You did really soften the first story on that building on the Xerxes side. But the idea that was mentioned in planning to possibly shorten the Xerxes side and heighten the York side could relieve some of that concern about a sheer wall that's 6 stories high across the street from a 1-story or 1.5-story single family house. That's in some cases on Xerxes is a very modest house. So I think I don't know the physical ability to do more than 6 stories in what we're seeing here. On the York side, I have no idea of material that would support that. I am no engineer. But just kind of looking at the aesthetic of it. That said, let's see here. A couple things. One thing, I went away from our meeting when we met several months ago, and I kicked myself for not asking this question, and that is, are there any affordable units planned with affordable rents?
Thank you, Councilmember Brenda. And I'll answer the first part of the question along Xerxes, and I think we've heard that several times, and I think when we look at it, we're kind of thinking the same thing, that we need to be as sensitive as possible to the homes along Xerxes and how we treat that. And I think per your suggestions, I think from several of you, we did a nice job of softening that lower level, but there's still some room at that top. I'm not an engineer either, but from what I've learned is, from the wood frame construction, we have a concrete base and then 5 on top of 1 is what they call it. And our limits for wood construction is 5 stories on top of 1. So with our construction methods to make this a economically feasible project with our construction methods right now, and maybe you can talk a little bit more about that, we're about maxed out on height for what we can do as planned. There are ways that we talked about following the last meeting about pulling that top facade back and also changing the material of it so that when you're at ground level, it would appear as if it's a level shorter. There would be a level there, but it would be maybe walkouts or something occupiable by those top level units, but it certainly would bring back the massing. The other thing is if you go down the street and look down at York Place apartments, since the road goes down on Xerxes there, the angle of repose from the street to the top of that building is almost exactly the same as what this would be. And I still think they did a pretty nice job. I think there's some nice landscape buffer there, and I think this one even is superior to that in the landscape buffer that they have and kind of a walkable area. And right now, across the street from where those Xerxes homes are single-family homes, but 2 of them are foreclosed as well. So this arguably could be whether they appreciate the aesthetic or not is, to each their own,
Right.
but could actually help the values of their homes. For the affordable side, we have not planned on doing any affordable units. Right now, we are quite constrained on getting this to work, but we really want it to work, and we want to be in Edina, and this is our first project in the city of Minneapolis, and this is where we want to be. And several people have come and looked at this site in the past, in years past, and it's one of the reasons that the old Wicks Furniture site is still there. As different individuals have come in, looked at it, tried to find a solution, and found that it's just out of reach. And we've had a very good relationship with the owners of the site, and they're out of New York. They're great individuals, but they're asking New York prices for the site in Edina, which really pushed us into, as I said, the residential homes, and pushed us to where we need to be at that certain height to get it to work. When we start pulling out the 10%, as I think Carrie had mentioned, affordable units, it starts to really pull away from the feasibility of us being able to do the project.
Okay. Who is the target market for this? Is it millennials? Is it boomers? Is it the combination of the two? What do you see? Do you see families as a target?
Are you looking to move? We have an appointment for you.
Well, there are those that ask.
Yeah. Well, it's a great question, I think, especially given the renewed interest in this area, in the Southdale area. And I think if you look across the board, a lot of the new developments going up are really for young urban professionals. And for us, that's not our target market. You're going to get that no matter what you do. So we will have young urban professionals in here. What we found in Edina is there really is a lack of supply of larger, nicer units. There is a large amount of an older, Cornelia Place. I'm sorry, I said older. I meant to say more mature demographic. Like Cornelia Place is one that offers larger size units, and that's about it. So what we're trying to do, and I think our unit mix will be adjusted appropriately to make larger unit types that we can have a lot of downsizers, divorcees, some young urban professionals, but we want to give another option for residents of Edina who want to stay in Edina, who would like to downsize, but really don't have an option of where they can go.
Yep, and that's certainly a market of need. Looking at, just staying on that topic for a minute, is there, the way I see it, let's say, for example, my husband and I moved in here. One of the opportunities that we have is to get rid of one car, possibly both, because transit is here. This is surrounded by the things we want to be surrounded by. They are walkable, bikeable, they're right there. Is there any thought of incentivizing renters to not have a car or to just have one car?
Yeah, it's a great thought, and we always say is the last thing you want to do is build too little parking, and the last thing you want to do is build too much parking.
Right.
And it's that happy medium.
Sure.
We've talked about potential zip cars, or where you can have a zip car parked there, share car opportunity. And we want to look very carefully of what the needs are, and try and limit the impact as much as we can.
Great. Let's see. One of the things we talked about was putting a green roof over the market. Is there a plan to do that?
We are still looking at that. I don't know if it shows it in the renderings right now.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, so I think you may want to talk about it as well. There can be some shallow planters that edge that. I remember you talking about that now. And the residents of that area, because of exiting, it wouldn't be a green occupiable space.
Right.
They would have their smaller occupied space right off of their units, but then we could certainly edge that top of the retail space, especially if you're at ground level, could possibly see up and see some of that greenery.
Yeah.
I
'cause
don't think it's in the current plans.
They would definitely look down upon it, so it would be
Right.
nice to have that. I've been up in the Weston in some of the condominiums up there, and you do look upon the roofs of
Yeah.
buildings, which were not built to be beautiful at that time. But we are learning that as we have height in our buildings, the roofs of the lower buildings are important.
I think it helps us as well if we're looking at leasing those units out. They're going to
Sure.
be facing York Avenue, which isn't bad, and I think some people like the trafficked area, but I think that'd be a really nice buffer.
How many trucks a day do you see coming into the loading dock? What do you anticipate?
I think it's more a question on the retail end and what ultimately becomes their tenant. The grocer concept is we believe strong and could we believe that the market could actually support a market type, even though there's almost every other choice in Edina already. So I think it's a question of what goes in there. If it isn't a market, we are looking at potentially restaurant tenants, which wouldn't need that type of loading dock at all. So it could be significantly smaller. Smaller trucks would basically stock the restaurants and wouldn't even need that drive lane. So the concern of them going on to York. But Peter, maybe you want to elaborate on where you're at with.
Yeah, and it's a great question. I think, just to be completely honest, we don't know at this point. And what we've done for what we can control is, ESG, I think, did a very nice job of putting the loading dock right across from Cub Foods. They did a great job of buffering that space above, where if you're on the second floor on the amenity space, there's a green zone, there's a buffer, so you're not looking over that area. We talked with potential tenants talking about the need for us to schedule trucks so that there's not a ton of truck traffic, especially if people are sleeping and trucks are backing up. And we've been cognizant of that since day one. And I think whomever is in that space or occupies that space, we would work closely with them about what would be allowed there. But to answer your question, we don't know the truck traffic since we don't know the tenant of the space. The market and what we looked at would be the highest truck traffic. But we are now moving forward to other potential opportunities or restaurants or smaller high-end type shops that wouldn't need that type of truck demand.
So you don't see a moving van using that loading dock?
For move-ins for the tenants, yes. The move-in area is there.
Okay.
So it's not the loading dock. I don't know if we have access to this, but just past the loading dock?
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
there's
there's a
that
move-in
area,
area.
but I was thinking if somebody's moving in and they have a semi that has their house in it, would they use the loading dock or would they move in that other moving area?
They wouldn't use the loading dock. They'd move in that other moving area.
Okay.
That would be completely independent. Yep.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Sprague.
So all the commercial truck traffic is entering on York and exiting on Xerxes. And right now, there's no commercial truck traffic on that street. So that's one concern, maybe that you heard at the planning, but that's important to me. The articulation on the Xerxes side, if you go back to that elevation, is just a sheer wall up, and I don't know if you've considered using podium height, but because I know you say you're constrained in the number of units and so on, but for me, that is a good candidate for podium height on that elevation. Something that we used next to Cornelia Place, actually, on the 6500 medical site, and would step it in and maybe solve the perceived mass of that building for all of those single-family residences on that side. On the front facade, where the market is, something about that, there's just a disconnect for me. I don't know if it's a lack of articulation on that market wall, on the band going across it, but it seems really flat and disconnected to the back side where you have the balconies and the articulation. So I don't know what you can do to change the articulation or something to give that a little more texture on the front. but I think it'll look better from the street. The sidewalks that you mentioned that we talked about when we met, and now they're going around the perimeter, what are the sizes of those?
The scale of this, the building and the site make it hard to read. They vary. I believe we have 9 feet across here from that main pedestrian connection from York to the retail area, and I believe these are 6 feet here, and these are 4-foot sidewalks along here.
4 feet. And our standards are?
On Xerxes and York, we would certainly follow your standards. There's a little bit of a site constraint in terms of the entire building and the relationship of parking and drive lanes, where we don't have much space left, and so to put the sidewalks in. But I think we found a good balance between them, and as we talked about it in the Planning Commission sketch review, I think the devil will be in the details in terms of the way that landscaping really creates a nice walking muse, and it acts as transitions between public and private. So to me, I think that a narrower sidewalk from the east-west direction from York to Xerxes, with good, strong articulation with landscape, hopefully will make it feel like a really nice thing to walk on.
And Councilmember Sprague, I think we really took to heart and appreciated the comments that you had last time, and it wasn't. We thought it might have been as simple as coming and provide sidewalks, and the constraints that we have, given the structural bays to fit the amount of parking that's required for this building, from edge to edge, as Aaron is saying, we almost looked at doing compact-only parking spots on the edges. We're really pushing the boundaries. And it took a lot longer, a lot more studying than we had actually anticipated to get these sidewalks in to work. But we really think, as you do, that this is really important for the site to work.
I like the permeability, and the center sidewalk, that refuge sidewalk from York, is something that you're seeing in more projects, and I watch people funnel into those, and so I think they're really useful.
And I think you mentioned congregation areas last time that we met, and we tried to, at each corner, instead of just making it an intersection, we would make a brick circular area that would be, people, an intersection of the sidewalks, but also a congregation area. There could be a bench there. They're a little bit hard to see, but they're on York Avenue there. And then also, we pulled that, what would be the southwest corner of the building back, as Aaron mentioned in the rendering there per your suggestion as well, to give a little bit more of a congregation area so people could feel welcome to walk there.
It gives it a little more breathing room for the pedestrian environment. The circles that you're referencing up on the York side, so what's the diameter of that? Is that what you're talking about with
Yes,
the
I am.
Seating? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's 12 to 15 feet.
Councilmember Sprague, I don't have that off the top of my head.
So
I believe it's
wider than the
getting
sidewalk.
seating into that little niche that's
right
in the corner. Okay. That's a good detail. So then what I come to is density, and I'm a little bit concerned about what happens. I know this will be a catalyst, as you say in your presentation, but we've talked about density before. We've just exceeded our density quite a bit with the project we approved over at 6,500. However, the use was much less of an impact, not market rate apartments, it was senior housing. So a couple things I've mentioned would impact density. One would be if you used a podium height around the building, certainly on the Xerxes Avenue side, that will probably push down the units. In addition, it was mentioned by several commissioners about the unit mix, the size of the units. And I think you said that in your opening remarks here that the market's looking for bigger units. And it seems to me like you stop at 2 bedrooms. They're basically around 1,050 to 1,100 on average. And I think 2-bedroom plus den is, at least for our marketplace, for the people downsizing, would be met with the demand. That will also reduce your density somewhat. And if we got to affordability, which I believe we will, because we've been bringing that up on every project, and we have some goals that we're going to meet, that could impact the mix as well. Maybe those are smaller units, and so you have these shifting around of unit sizes to accommodate this massing issue, the 2-bedroom plus den, market demand, and the affordability. So those are all things to think about, and that may impact the density. And for me, the density is something that I am concerned about because of the catalytic effect and the impact on the infrastructure and congestion and some of the other things.
Councilmember Sprague, thank you. I think we agree with almost all of those comments, especially about the unit sizes. When we first started, I think we said we believe in that story, that we need larger unit sizes. There really isn't an option. And I think once we got into it and started using kind of the prototypical unit designs, that we found ourselves not too far above our competitors. And I think we've studied it, and we haven't made any changes yet, but we've gone through and done another market study, and I've done a very close analysis of what everything in the region is offering as far as unit size, and we're going to be increasing the unit sizes. We're going to have two bedrooms plus dens, and 3-bedroom options here, and less 1-bedrooms and studios that we're currently showing. And you're certainly right that will bring the density down a bit. And when I say a bit, I mean that when we're looking at the feasibility of the project, and not only the land price right now, and I know I've said this before, you've heard it, but that the land price right now for the Wicks Furniture site, plus to get the 5 homes all being potentially purchased well above market value to get these to work, there are certain limits of what we're capable of doing. So I think certainly that unit mix helps, and we're going to be able to do a lot of those things. But I still think there's going to need to be an amendment to the comp plan, for density moving forward.
Right, but it's just a question of how much, and for what is the justification for that?
Sure.
If you're meeting a need in our community, and the mix goes to larger size units, there's to me a stronger justification than just saying we got to max out the site because of economic feasibility.
Sure.
Because I'm sure that pro forma is looking pretty good at 30, 40 years in this market in that location.
The larger units actually hurts us.
And I'm not talking about just the particular unit size. I'm talking about the overall project.
Sure.
So there's some long-term gain, even though it may be a shorter term, harder to fit it into the economic model that you have. So.
For sure.
When we worked on the comp plan, and this was limited to 4 stories, I had a concern that we had gone too low. But when I look at backing up 6 stories on a residential street across from Richfield Homes, I'm not really comfortable with that. You've done podium height on the York side, which is across from a shopping mall, and you've done 6 stories on the side that's across from single-family homes with the trucks exiting onto their street. Now, they aren't my residents. They don't vote for me, but I'm still very concerned about them. You've maxed out this site with building and very little green space, very little ability to even absorb the water that you're going to be shutting off the buildings and the parking lot and everything. You've created a podium over a grocery store where I'd like to be able to flip that around, but I really don't want a grocery store on Xerxes, so that doesn't solve it, but the shape of the building solves it for me in a much better way. I liked your idea of townhomes as an idea on Xerxes, but they don't look like townhomes to me. They look like the first story that walks out on a 6-story tall building. That's about all I have to say.
sometimes we have the advantage of seeing something in 3D, and I think that's what the apartments at 69th and York have given us. And I have been out to the site, and I've tried to get a compare and contrast, because with that design on York, we held it to the 4 stories, or the developer held it to the 4 stories and to the 48 feet, and boy, does that seem tall from Xerxes. And I've heard that from some planning commissioners as well, that we benefit from going back to see projects we've approved and see what they actually end up looking like built. And that is a big building on a single family home street. And yet that's 4 stories and 48 feet. So I share the concern, and I think I like the podium design on France. In fact, we spent a lot of time talking about it in our comp plan, and we haven't seen, we're starting to see some in design. 65th and France is an example. Even though we didn't get it into our code yet, we haven't revised our code to require it in all instances. I think if you're going to go for a PUD, that definitely gives us the ability to look for that kind of design. Something, yes, that's not yet in code, but it's a public benefit. And it's precisely for the reasons that we're contemplating here. We looked at podium height to reduce the shadowing on the street, to blend more a transitional use into a different kind of neighborhood. And again, beautiful job on the France side. I was intrigued to hear that conversation about more height on that side. I don't know how you do it, because I think the 4 stories really was intended to be a buffer for the neighborhood. And to me, we're a good neighbor to another community when we look at the same principles with something that is on, as I hear my colleagues expressing, when we're looking at something that is on the edge of the border of our community facing folks in another community. I think we still want to be good neighbors. So I'd like more look at podium height. I love the concept of the townhomes, and I get everything that was said about, you know, people walking out their door, but then I look at the design and I see that wall straight up, and it's a mixed message to me. The townhome's great. The way that they're being executed here with the 4 stories rising above them or 5 stories rising above them, I would rather see some continuation. There is some question of, you know, is a site large enough, and is there enough room? And I also appreciate some of the comments made and questions at the Planning Commission and tonight about change in unit mix. It would affect it does affect the density, or the count, the units per acre. I think it does respond to a market. I hear that in what you were saying, and also what I've heard at that ULI seminar, and then also in the community. I have had some thoughts about those 2 ideas of density and height, and I think we are getting density in the Southdale area, and the old model of it was you got the height, but it's surrounded with green space. Mm-hmm. And so it wasn't just freestanding height, or it wasn't height on a corner. You didn't have that height overshadowing the street. You didn't have height overshadowing buildings. You had that height set on a site where its setbacks could be governed by its height. You had setbacks that were determined by height. And that gave a lot of green space that wasn't necessarily functional. So I'm not necessarily arguing for it, because I think what we've been doing with concentrating and assembling green space in ways that serve the recreational needs of the community, that's a better plan moving forward than having a green lawn that sweeps down to York. But that also gives you something, because that other developer concentrated that density into height. You're asking for a similar amount of more of density, and so then the question is, what's coming back for the community? With the stormwater issue that my colleague raised, I wonder about a pervious parking lot. We had a previous applicant this evening talking about all the pervious pavement they were going to put on their site. And I know there's a difference between permeability in drive aisles and in parking aisles. Mm-hmm. It lasts longer, I think, in parking when you're not having that exhaust being left on it, easier to maintain. But I certainly would like, if you haven't already looked at it, it would be a good thing to look at in terms of relationship with the watershed also. I, too, am troubled not so much by the location of the loading dock as how it's proposed to be used. Mm-hmm. The idea that trucks would enter on Xerxes, enter on York and exit on Xerxes, I wouldn't do that to any neighborhood I mean, we banned truck traffic on West 70th Street during the Target construction. So to then approve a project that has in its design shifting that just seems very problematic to me. And I'd love to see another answer.
And that's a collector. And Xerxes, that's a pretty quiet, narrower residential street. So
Yes.
even more impact.
Yeah. So I'm not bothered again by density with a bigger footprint rather than height. I kind of get it, but what's in exchange for that density? And Director Teague, what was it that we changed the comp plan to reflect with respect to denser senior housing?
I'm sorry, could you?
Yes, we changed the comp plan recently for the 6500 France project to allow greater density in senior housing. And there were some factors, and not necessarily the complete list, but what were some of the things that made a project eligible for that greater density?
Certainly. One element which is provided here is the underground parking.
Okay.
Public art was another, affordable housing. Those are three that I can think of off the top of my head.
I think location to transit, and then also the change to the comp plan was made specifically for senior housing, so that's another good. So you have a little bit farther to go in the sense of the type of market that you're going for, but when you're asking again for more density and you're going for a PUD, then there's that question of what would be asked back. My understanding is that if you hadn't sought a PUD, I think Director Teague, you told the Planning Commission that variances were going to be sought for setbacks for the northeast and south.
Correct.
So if you're going for a PUD, you're not going to need those variances, but then that question is, again, what are you giving back?
Right.
And I hear that affordability isn't something that you want to offer, but again, you're asking for a lot of departure. So podium height, examination of hardscape, the unit mix, which it sounds like you're looking at, and affordability is, we have 212 new units of housing is our comprehensive plan goal. And we are just getting started on moving toward that. We do have a 10% was required with the project at 6500 France.
Councilmember Bennett, thank you so much for the comments. And I think some of them work in tandem with the unit mix and the Xerxes setback. And I think it's something that we've heard multiple times from every council member and planning commission member. And I think it's duly noted in that. If we do a larger unit mix, I think that allows us the capability to really truly make town home type units on that Xerxes, and then pull back, and then if we can pull back again, so that there really is a step back, and that allows us to give a differentiation in unit mix. It allows us to have larger units on that ground floor. So I think there's a lot of solutions on that Xerxes side that we're certainly. I mean, I'm almost excited to do it because I think it's something that's it's really going to help the project, and it's going to help the Xerxes side as well. As we had mentioned to Mayor Hovland as well, that after these meetings, we wanted to meet with the mayor of Richfield as well, and just get their input, and we want to be a good steward as well to anyone that we're going to, potentially have an impact on. The loading dock. It's something that we are going to thoroughly review and try and find an alternate solution. The reason we came up with that solution, one, the location is based on Cub Foods loading dock. We wanted to be across from there. It makes sense. The way it's planned right now, what we are trying to do is minimize truck movement next to the residential area. So it's a very easy drive in, very minimal back up, very easy exit. I definitely agree about we need to look at that impact on Xerxes, and even if that's possible, and what else is possible to do. When you look at the alternatives, and this is something we definitely need to explore about a truck backing up or a turn radius of how to get around there starts to eat up, half the site. So we need to look at, maybe if we do it schedule-wise, depending on who the tenant is, maybe they're in front on that York side, that there's temporary parking that they can be in, and then pull out. But certainly something that we want to solve because we know that there's a better solution there.
Good. So here are my observations so far. Some positive, some reinforcing, and some concerns, of course, like other folks have expressed. And I think we just touched on one of the things that is of greatest concern to me, and that is truck traffic on Xerxes. Pushing traffic over there is of that nature is not something I think that we want to be doing. I mean, that does not meet the good neighbor standard. To the contrary, I'm not as concerned about the height and the density as some folks are. On Xerxes, I'd like the notion of podium height, like my colleagues have suggested, so that we can set it back a little bit. Kind of like what we did also on 50th and France, where the retail is at one level and then the condos set back. And so when you have that feeling that when you're walking by, you're just getting that storefront sort of feeling, and that would be good with the townhouses on Xerxes too, that you feel like you're just walking by townhouses as opposed to a plane of a wall 6 stories high. So, you know, I think that height and density are the reality of our time. We need to figure out how to deal with it. I think one of the big challenges for you is that affordability and diminished density are incompatible traveling companions. And so it's a real challenge, I think, for us to say we want affordability and we want you to lower the density. And I think that those are really tough things to deal with, because that land is the most expensive land in our community out there. So I think we're sensitive to that as well. I think the purchase of those 5 houses on Xerxes is critical to the project. Without that, unless you can go all the way through to Xerxes with this project in whatever form it takes, I just think that you're going to have a real difficult time at the Planning Commission and here. You just need to figure out how to solve that issue. Like Member Bennett mentioned, the most appealing side of the building to me is the France Avenue side, where you do have that podium effect from the 22,000 square foot retail space, and then the building sets back from there. So I think you really got to figure out how to do something with those other sides of the building. You've got balconies on there that help break up that single plane of the buildings, but it's still there, you know, and you can cure some of that with working with podium height. Loading dock area, a concern, of course, everybody's mentioned that. Underground parking access, that was mentioned at the Planning Commission. That's a concern for us as well. I really like that all the residential parking is surrounded by the building. I commend you for that. And I think the architecture is very strong generally, and that's a typical ESG trait in my experience. I think you do very, very good work. Few folks have mentioned green space or the lack thereof being an issue. I think that's something you need to think seriously about. Not just giving your own tenants the benefit of some nice green space and a pool area on an elevated basis, but think about the people that are coming by your building as well. I think a traffic study is going to be critical here. We're going to want to study that pretty carefully, because the compounding effect of we've already got 400 and some units coming online out there, plus the senior project over in 65th and France, which won't generate much traffic. A lot of those folks won't be owning a car and much less driving one. So I think, but nonetheless, we've got 400 units between one Southdale Place, which is just a block down from you, and then Byerly's coming online. Back to the height for a minute on the Richfield side. You know, there's a couple examples in Richfield where they've put 20-story buildings next to single-family residences. So I appreciate the notion that we need to be a good neighbor, but I think that I'm not put off by 6 stories, but how that 6 stories looks is going to be important. And those are my main comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I hope that's some guidance for you.
Very much. Thank you very much.
And I think you're on a good track here, and we'll see where it goes.
Great. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Ball's back in your court.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right, we've got a second reading tonight on an ordinance amendment involving R1 and R2 zoning district requirements. And Director Teague, you have that matter.
I do. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is, as you mentioned, the second reading of the second part of this ordinance amendment dealing with residential redevelopment. You recall that the council passed the first part of this that dealt more with site issues, grading and drainage, those kinds of things. So based on the direction of the council, the last time this was considered, the ordinance before you, the significant change here is in regard to side yard setbacks for lots 50 feet in width up to 75 feet in width, where we talked about having that option of setback requirements utilizing the existing standards of today combined with a little bit a larger setback at the expense of reduced height and eliminating that step back of the second story. So I believe the ordinance before you accomplishes that, where somebody building today would have the opportunity of the option, the current standards, or increased setback both on the first level and the second level. And then also this ordinance reduces the maximum height to the ridge line from 35 feet down to... for both options, correct. Yep. 35 feet down to 30 feet, and then also includes that sidewall articulation ordinance. So with that, I can answer any questions. Also, a reminder too quickly, this is, as we talked about before, the effective date would be January 1st on this. So if there's any language that we need to bring back, we're not under any time constraint here.
I have a question about the effective date, because we are, with the some of the changes, I know we talked about making those effective immediately. And with the choice option, we're not making it more stringent. They can follow the current standard or they can choose the other one. So why not make that part effective now as well? The only part that's becoming more stringent is the height factor, right?
Correct.
If someone wanted to come forward with a design right now and step back 5 more feet and go straight up on the second floor, why wouldn't we want to allow them to come forward with that design now? Or they can do what is already, as of right, they can do. So I don't understand the
With the
rationale.
exception of the height is now reduced from 35 feet to
Right.
30 feet. So they would have to make a change if they have a plan designed.
But that's
that
not
would,
necessarily a change that affects the second story. It just affects the roof line, correct?
correct.
Do you think that's a problem? You're the one
Yeah,
that reviews
it's-
plans, so I think we're looking for guidance from you.
Yeah, boy, it's hard to say. I would imagine there's probably a plan out there that it would affect.
Let me make sure I understand. So it would be in this period of time at the discretion of the homeowner or the builder to comply with current code or this code? in
No,
their
what we're
design?
saying on the second floor setback, they can either choose to step in as per.
Okay, just specifically that.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
But what he's saying is you can't bring that one forward now and then have the other one
Yep.
later, right? Yeah.
Joni?
We could.
I thought since it wasn't imposing a more rigorous condition, it could be effective immediately with the other site condition elements that we talked about.
Well,
Egress
how-
window and all
How
the other.
far, if we were to make that effective immediately, how far would a plan have to be toward acceptance in order to have to comply or not comply?
Yeah,
Building
let's.
permit.
Yeah, it would be.
If they've got a building permit, they go with the plans at the time the permit was pulled.
Correct.
And if they don't yet have a permit, they go with the, I
With the new
see.
standard,
Okay.
correct.
All right.
We could.
If they were all the way to design, but a week away from pulling the building permit and everything, is there a variance option?
Yep, there's always the variance option.
Because they were caught in
The height aspect.
the gray zone maybe.
Right. Now, you could make that ridge line height effective at a later date. And
That's, they have to be together?
Well,
Yeah, because you don't
I
want
think
the
they have to
massing.
be,
You don't want the massing
you don't want
up.
the
Yeah.
massing. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
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 I think it's all sort of a domino.
October,
Member
November.
Bennett,
so-
do you have any preferences as you read this?
I'm just finding the see this, see that, and then I follow it, and I can't find what I'm looking for. So I'm finding it confusing, and
That's the difficulty with
With
having
giving a
that
choice.
option and trying to fit it into the ordinance. We really struggled with that on a staff level, where to
it's
fit
why
this in.
it's why I supported the elimination of the second-story setback rule, is because whenever we've talked about that, we've talked about how difficult that was for people to understand, how challenging it was to explain to people, how difficult it was sometimes for staff. I mean, I understand people can get out there with measurements, but it wasn't clear, it wasn't practical, and it wasn't easy to enforce. And that's why that was one of the recommendations from the Planning Commission that I found it easy to support. Now I'm finding it difficult to explain to people. In fact, had a conversation today with someone who's followed this really closely and found it really difficult to explain to him how this would work in operation.
What's the difficult part to explain? I mean, if they need to know if they're doing the second floor setback, then they just follow the chart to find out what their side yard setback is, and if they're not, then they just follow the chart again based on their lot size, and they find out what the new setback is. It's just a chart, it's a table. So I'm not, I mean, you couldn't explain on the spot without the table, but the concept is, to me, is not complex. I mean, if they're building a house, trust me, they can read a code and follow a table. So what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, in general, builders who work with the code, they'll get familiar with it, but it's the person who's looking at our code for the first time. It gets a little difficult to track, where you're referencing other sections of the code. Most oftentimes, they'll come in and we meet with staff, and we can go through it, and they'll get an understanding. But it's not easy.
So is our objective of reducing massing supported by making it a little more complicated? We're stepping in if you go all the way up and you're pushing the house with a further side yard setback. It's more complicated, but you get a benefit by pushing the house further.
Well, I'm not sure exactly. So the alternatives would be either the existing code, which is not a reduction of massing,
Right.
or the alternative would be a elimination of the second-story setback rule and a 1 foot additional setback on each side. And staff has done a great job of modeling this throughout, and I know the Planning Commission has. But when that second-story setback is 6 inches for each additional foot of height, and so you could have, for a 30-foot high sidewall, you would have an additional 7.5 feet of setback, understanding that there's a cubic measurement to that. I'm not sure that you actually are reducing mass at all when you've changed the side yard setbacks by a foot, but you've eliminated again that second-story setback. So then it is options. It's options for measurements, and it's flexibility. But I don't know that it really addresses anyone's massing concerns, and it also introduces a level of complexity that I was talking with another lawyer today, and he's somebody who's in practice, and again, yeah, I'm sure it's more helpful to actually have the charts in front of you, or for a person to see the charts. But what I was hoping for when we started this process was something that was clearer, more practical, more enforceable.
Well, we've changed side yard setback if you go to a straight 2-story wall. So that is a change. I'm the one that proposed having option A and B, so that if you set back your second story, you kept your first story at the same setbacks we have today. And we've eliminated the height from 35 down to 30. You know, I'm comfortable with this. If if Carrie comes back to us in 6 months or 8 months or 9 months and says this is a disaster, I'm going to certainly listen to them and accept that, and we're going to move to Plan B or C, or maybe by this time it's Plan K. But I would support this.
One thing I would say that on the supplement that you sent to us, it's on the dais this evening, on page 2, paragraph Arabic numeral 3, right-hand column where it's all yellow. Second line from the end, it says with no less than 5 feet on one blank. I think it's supposed to be one side or one side of the dwelling. If I look at the next page, you've used the language on one side, so maybe the use of the word side is adequate to fill in there. I think that provides some clarity. So, yeah, I think, too, that we've worked on this very, very hard. And I had a couple other questions, I guess, Carrie, before we just figure out what we're going to do with this. Over on page 4 of that supplement, section 2, let me look at my notes here. In the last part of H, where it says a combination of 2 of the following architectural elements or utilitarian features every 30 feet. So could that be at least every 30 feet? In case they want more than one of those elements in a 30-foot expanse?
We could certainly add that. Yeah, this would be kind of a minimum standard, so they could always have more. So that might clarify it a little better.
You're not saying a combination of at least 2. You're saying a combination. Is that what you're saying? A combination of at least 2?
It's at the end there where it says or utilitarian features every 30 feet. I'm wondering if it should read at least every 30 feet. So they could put them in at shorter intervals.
Yeah.
With greater frequency, and it may make sense, but if you just confine them to every 30 feet, you can do one of these things. That may not always look the best or meet what we intended here in terms of getting rid of that single plane problem. Then I had a question for you on 9 on that porte cochere.
Well, before you go there, let's make sure that we understand what at least 30 feet means. Because it doesn't mean less than 30 feet. It means at least 30 feet, which means it's more. So I don't think that's your intent, to have your architectural features be at least 30 feet apart. I think it has to be something within 30 feet. But you
at
could
a minimum?
You could use that at a minimum.
Well, at a minimum would still be greater than 30 feet. So within 30 feet, you have to have at least one of these architectural features.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But if you say at least 30 feet, it means you're going to have only one in 30 feet. That's not your intent. If you say 30 feet at a minimum, you're going to have only one of these every 30 feet, and that's not your intent. But your intent is that 2 of these at least every 30 feet. But it could be less. You could have them 10 feet apart.
I actually like the way Mary said it. At least. Is that...
That's what I said.
Well, no, I didn't say. I said within. You could have 2 of these features
within every 30 feet.
Within every 30 feet. They don't have to be spaced evenly. They could be.
Okay.
I mean, I'd hate to see a wall that otherwise would be a flat wall that has 30, 30, 30, or whatever it might be.
All right, let's try that and see how it. That could work too.
Within every 30 feet.
Or closer.
Expanse.
at most 30 feet apart.
Spaced at least every
The
30
language at least actually creates ambiguity either way, I think. I mean, you could say that 30 feet is then your minimum, but you could also interpret it as meaning at least every 30 feet, you've got to have two of these elements, but you could have more than two within that 30-foot expanse.
Well, then, well, or count,
So I mean, it's always a good idea to get rid of ambiguity if you
yep,
can.
yep.
Combination of two of the following architectural features located every 30 feet or less.
Every 30 feet or less.
Okay,
Yes. How simple is that?
okay.
Okay?
Did you get that, Carrie? Does that seem to work?
All right, and then under
The light
9,
bulb went on around here, so maybe it does.
just had a question, clarification question on porte cochere. And then there's a definition of a porte cochere. Is a porte cochere something that you can have attached to a house as one of these elements, regardless whether you have an attached or a detached garage?
We allow
You
it.
could, sure.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's all I was trying to figure out. It seems to me that you could, but I didn't know if there was some intent to only have that apply to a detached garage situation.
No, they're just hard to build on narrow lots because
Yeah.
you usually don't
Okay.
have enough side yard setback to build a port.
That's all I had. I
That's
concur
wide enough
with Member
for a
Swenson.
large
I think
car
we
to go
should, we've worked on this very hard, all of us, the Planning Commission as well. I think we should get going with these changes and see how it goes. And if we have to revisit some of these
Yep.
sections of ordinance, we should do it
So,
at a later time.
Are we saying that they would go into effect when?
He's saying we can't put it into effect earlier because of we're dropping from 35 to 30 feet. And you don't want the sidewall going up 35 and stepping in.
So are you holding with January 1 or?
It's really at the council's discretion. We thought that the January 1st date allowed people to finish with their plans that they're working on now. We could pick a date in the middle.
They're going to be in the ground though soon, so I mean
Yeah.
they'll be designing all winter. So maybe that's what we need to do, January 1st.
I think we picked it before for a good reason.
Okay.
Okay, January 1.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
We've got a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried.
I do support the reduction in height. I'm grateful for it. I know it was a concern, and also do support the sidewall articulation. I think that will be a good change. Just had the concerns I expressed earlier.
Thank you. All right, next matter.
Resolution for donations.
Yep. Resolution 2013-76, accepting various donations. Do we have a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. And we've got a couple of donors in this reporting period to the Braemar Memorial Fund. And their names will be posted on the website. So, folks outside want to come in?
Jim, I'm going to step out for a second. I'll be right back.
I'm just going to kind of set the stage a little bit and then have Roger speak as well. Okay, good. Anyone else still outside? Got everybody in here? All right. I think quite a few of you were probably not here when we started the council meeting and have come later in the evening. So I just wanted to remind everybody that we have a lighting system when we open up this public hearing, and I'm going to have our city attorney talk about this in just a second, but you'll have 3 minutes to express your thoughts on this issue, and you'll get a green light, and then when you've got 30 seconds left, you'll get a yellow light, and then you should start thinking about wrapping up your comments so that we can make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. I don't know if everybody here wants to speak tonight. There may be some thoughts that are pretty common, and so if you don't think you need to get up and speak, I'll leave that choice to you. We're certainly happy to listen to you, and then you'll get a red light, and then when you get the red light, it's important that you wrap up your thoughts or are wrapping them up as the red light comes on so that we can get everybody heard here. So we're going to talk a little bit, first of all, about how we're going to go about this process, and what we're going to do is recess the council meeting and open the HRA meeting and then have a public hearing, but we're not going to take any action as an HRA. We're going to then close the HRA meeting and reopen the council meeting, and I'll let our city attorney talk a little bit about process and what we're going to be doing here.
Thank you, Mayor. The process on the public hearing, as you indicated, is that anyone who would like to speak to this topic will be given 3 minutes to speak. But that's their opportunity to speak. It's not a discussion or a debate, and you won't be answering questions. You'll just be listening to what they have to say. And when that hearing is closed, then when you adjourn the HRA meeting, then you go back into the city council meeting, and then you will take up this item, 8E, considering the condemnation resolution as a city council.
All right. So do we have a motion to put the city council meeting into recess?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second to put the city council meeting into recess. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we're going to open up the HRA meeting. And first of all, we'll have roll call from Ms. Tim.
Commissioner Bennett,
Here.
Commissioner Brendo,
Here.
Commissioner Sprague,
Here.
Commissioner Swenson,
Here.
Chair Hovland.
Here. So we're now going to, I think, have Mr. Noondorf come up and talk a little bit about this process. If we would have heard this matter or taken on this matter as a city council only, we wouldn't be having to have this public hearing, but we decided to have the public hearing in a setting where the HRA, the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, was leading the way, so that under the state statute, a hearing is required when the HRA is contemplating some action. Nonetheless, this will be, if there's any action taken, it would be council action. But nonetheless, we are going to have public testimony taken on this issue of importance this evening. So, Mr. Noondorf, you want to lead us off and tell us why what we're contemplating here? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Bill Noondorf. I'm the city and the HRA's economic development manager. And the issue in front of you this evening was originally identified and is identified as HRA Resolution 2013-13, and it regards authorizing the use of eminent domain, if necessary, to acquire a fee simple interest in a piece of real estate at 3944 West 49th and a half Street. As an introduction to the proposed action, what I'll do is give a brief overview of the action that's under consideration, and then for both the council and commission's reference, as well as our assembled audience, give a very brief background as far as how we got to this point this evening. So the proposed resolution seeks authority to acquire a piece of real estate. It's a parcel that's approximately 10,000 square feet in size. It's improved with a one-story masonry building that's about 5,000 square feet in size. And the parcel's at 3944 West 49th and a half, located right next to the city's existing north parking ramp. Tonight's action is a follow-up to previous resolutions. The HRA passed a resolution in January and then again in June Resolutions 2013-1 and 2013-8, that authorize staff to negotiate a possible acquisition and then also authorize the possible use of eminent domain to acquire the piece of real estate. In response to recent issues raised by the owners, and as well as at the advice of our legal counsel, who's here with us this evening, David Trevor from Dorsey and Whitney, the city, not the HRA, will be the entity that's proposed to acquire the piece of real estate. And if necessary, the city could invoke its quick take privilege so that the acquisition can take place in a more timely, responsive manner. The purpose that we're considering this action is to expand the shared public parking down at 50th and France, and possibly to relocate a municipal liquor store that's also located at 50th and France. For several years, the city has looked into parking needs down at the business district at 50th and France. The most recent study, and there have been several, was in 2011, where Walker Parking concluded that there was an existing deficit of between 247 and 340 parking stalls. The recommendation at that point was to add at least another 140 to 200 parking stalls, plus making improvements to the ramps that we have in existence today. For the last 2 years, the city staff has been working with the business owners as well as our internal staffs and commission to find a way to address this concern. In June of 2013, the HRA acquired a piece of real estate also on 49th and a half Street, the former Edina Realty office. And that space is large enough to accommodate approximately 72 new parking stalls, plus some commercial space on the first floor. The site that's in question this evening could accommodate between 50 to 75 new stalls, depending on whether or not you would include some retail or some commercial space, like possibly a municipal liquor operation on the main level. So essentially, even if we move forward and acquired both pieces of real estate, we're barely scratching the surface on what the identified need is. And in regard to the municipal liquor store operations, recent studies have indicated that the 50th and France store has the lowest sales per square foot of the city's 3 liquor operations. One of the concerns is that the visibility of the existing location is not optimum. There might be a better place to locate that operation in order to enhance the city's revenue from that enterprise operation. So that's a little bit about why we're here and the purpose of this action this evening. And then for background, I just want to back up a little bit. We didn't get here overnight. We've been working on this project for many months. In fall of 2012, staff learned that the owners of the property were seeking to retire and find a new purpose for the property. Staff met with the owners as well as their representatives throughout the fall of last year to see if there was an opportunity to work together to either purchase the property or do a joint venture, possibly purchasing the air rights on the property so that we could achieve our common goals. At that time, the owner indicated a strong preference to lease the building to 2 new tenants instead. In December of 2012, the HRA obtained an independent appraisal, and the HRA made an offer to purchase at a price slightly above the appraised value. While the owners initially declined that offer, they counteroffered at a price that was significantly higher than the appraised value. In January of 2013, the HRA could not agree to the asking price of the owners, and the negotiation stalled for several months. In the spring, the owner and 2 potential tenants signed leases to reoccupy the building, and the Hoot and Cleaner business closed at that time. In June of 2013, the HRA again authorized the use of eminent domain if necessary to compel a sale of the property before the owners and new businesses made a significant reinvestment into the property. Since there was no longer an active business, it seemed like possibly the best opportunity to expand the public parking down at 50th and France. Since June, the HRA has commissioned an updated appraisal. We didn't want to use one that was more than 6 months old. We've also done a fair amount of environmental due diligence, conducted a new phase 1 and a new phase 2 study to determine the environmental condition of the site. And these steps were done in preparation for a possible eminent domain action. Just last week, the staff and the owners and appropriate representatives got together to see if there's common ground to have a discussion. And at that meeting, the owners indicated that their sales price has increased from their previous price earlier in the year. Based on the large gap in the expectations of value, an action like that proposed tonight would need to happen if the city is to move forward with parking improvements, public parking improvements down at 50th and France. So that's a very high-level overview of the many conversations that have happened in the last year or so. And with that in mind, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them of the commission and the board. And also, if there's any legal type questions, we have David Trevor from Dorsey and Whitney, who is the city's legal representative in this particular matter.
All right, questions for Mr. Nuendorf at this point in time? All right, thank you. One other thing I just wanted to remind folks of before we start the public hearing. This, like many issues that we have in front of us as a city, can be an emotional issue. What we try to do is respect everybody's opinions in the room. We try to make sure that there's no type of outbursts, whether it's pro or con, and maintain some appropriate level of decorum that's, I think, peculiar in many ways to our community. I know when we had the airline flight traffic pattern hearing last November out at the MAC was pretty stunned at how civilized the residents of Edina were on a very emotional issue. So I would just caution us all to keep that in mind as we all get up and you all get up and speak with regard to this issue. So we'll take your testimony for the record. It's not going to be any kind of a dialogue. We've got advice from legal counsel not to engage in a dialogue. I think Mr. Nuendorf gave a pretty good background on what's transpired, at least from the city's point of view, in a way that we don't violate any confidentialities of either party. So having said that, when you come up, I would suggest that you use one of the side podiums. Give us your full name and address, and then you'll see the green light come on, and then you'll have 3 minutes to give us your thoughts. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the authority. Before we start, I would respectfully request a small departure from your rules in that the significance of the matter to the parks. I am their attorney. My comments may run a little bit more than 3 minutes, so I'd respectfully request just a small little latitude with my remarks. So along those lines...
well, I don't know your name, sir.
Okay, my name is Jim Yarosh. I'm an attorney who specializes in eminent domain with the law firm of Siegel Brill, and I've been representing the parks in this matter since... Mr.
Yarosh, I hate to tell you this, but you're going to have the same respect here that everybody else has, and you're going to have 3 minutes.
All right. I would acknowledge the city just told you half the story, and we have not had an opportunity to respond to some of the things.
We're certainly willing to take it supplementally, and I think you've had discussions, including last week meeting, but here you'll have the same amount of time as everybody else.
Very well. Thank you. You should know, first of all, the parks really do not want to have their property taken. They want to invest in it. They have a plan to invest in it. They want to improve it, and they want to comply with the leases they entered into. And if it has to be sold, they want to do it on their terms without the threat of eminent domain. They've immigrated here in 1975. They're living the American dream. They bought their business in 1993. They raised 2 children, one who's a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army, graduate of West Point. The other was a chemical engineer, and they're very proud of their children. And they believe in this area, the 50th of France, and they wanted to use income from the property to fund their retirement. They would have been here June 4th when it was originally authorized for condemnation, but they never got notice of the hearing, and that's why we're here again tonight. And that's why the city and the HRA have not gone about this properly, and that's why you have the city taking it now instead of the HRA because of comments. And there's additional legal difficulties with this, namely the public purpose. The parks feel they've been treated unfairly. There really hasn't been a negotiation. There was an appraisal. There was never an official offer made, and that was made clear just the other day by the city. They were happy to go on when the city said, well, we're not interested in buying. They want to invest and put in money, a lot of money in their own property and redevelop it for their benefit. And I would with the liquor store, let's start with the public purpose in your resolution, which again was just changed tonight, which I just got at 7:45 this evening. There are some things going on that we have not had an appropriate opportunity to respond to that I think the council would be interested in hearing before they voted. One is you might relocate a liquor store there. Why should a court prefer a municipal liquor store over the Parks restaurant idea? And again, city might want to relocate there. Well, that's not necessity. You have to have necessity to take and acquire property. You're saying you might want to put the liquor store there. And let's talk about the public parking. The rationale that you had, if you read your old resolution that was handed out with the packets, was solely for the continued success of the 50th and France Business District. Well, you know, condemnation, eminent domain changed significantly in 2006, and economic benefit alone, in and of itself, is not a proper public purpose. Now, I saw there were some additions to things that were made to tonight's resolution, but I ask you to look inside yourselves and say, has that really been before you, those other issues that were added? Have you really talked about it? And you just ordered a parking study where you said that more comprehensive assessment, Mr. Neuendorf, of how public improvements can contribute to the economic health and prosperity of the district and Edina community. That was the rationale for your parking study. How can you determine you need this property when you just authorized and ordered a parking study to try to find 150 to 200 spots, which the Star Tribune reported, and I assume they got the information from the city, but we'd like to double check that the Edina Realty building has between 130 and 180 spots available for parking. Why solve the parking problem on the backs of these people who just want to invest? All they did was they put their property up on the market for lease, and that's when the city got wind. And they didn't close their business until May, after the city said, we're not interested, we're not going to take your property. What they did is they applied for building permits, and they closed their business in May. They still haven't gotten their building permits to make the improvements that they wanted to. It's been held up intentionally by the city. Obviously, they don't want investment, but mind you,
Mr. Yarosh, I got to have you stop now. I let you drift over a little bit, and then would you give us your business address too, please?
I would. I'm at 100 Washington Square. The firm is Siegel Brill, 1300, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55401. And I would respectfully request that the council, before you vote on this, if you don't feel you have enough information, that you look into this further and at a minimum table it and get more of the information and more of the facts. And we can submit some additional stuff. But this is a big thing to the parks. It's their only asset, and this is their opportunity, and it's being taken from the city for not a public purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Yarosh.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Randall Halverson. My wife and I have lived in Edina since 1987 and currently reside at 5275 Grandview Square. We oppose the action to acquire the property in question tonight for the following 4 reasons. Number 1, the Parks are honest, hard-working people. My family has done business with them for nearly 20 years. I believe them when they say that several months ago a city staff member actually told them that the city didn't intend to acquire their property. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, there's no written record of this verbal exchange. 2, the section of the June 4th resolution and the one attached to this hearing notice both state, quote, the business owners have closed the business, end of quote. It's my understanding the parks want to retain their property and lease their building, thus assuring a source of income. It is my further understanding that they have willing tenants, but the city has denied them a permit for building renovation. They have apparently entered into this lease agreement in good faith based upon their understanding that the city actually didn't need the property. Number 3, the city has been discussing the need for additional parking space in the downtown area for years. Yet the resolution attached to the hearing notice declares the park's property must be taken, quote, as soon as possible, end of quote. The time for expanding the parking ramp should have included a reasonable amount of time to allow discussions with existing property owners. Number 4, displacing the parks and jeopardizing their future security so a municipal liquor store may be built on their property is an affront to the parks and to the many customers that they have served in this community for years. Thank you for the opportunity to be present here tonight.
Thanks, Mr. Halverson. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tony Smith. I'm the broker who worked with the parks to lease their property. I'm also an Edina resident at 5304 Hollywood Road. When the parks hired me to lease their property, one of the first questions I asked them was if they would also entertain selling their property. Mr. Park was very clear with me from the beginning that selling was not an option. I came to learn that their building is their retirement plan. They worked hard to pay off their mortgage so they could own their property free and clear and use it to support their retirement. In the fall of 2012, we were in the process of finalizing lease terms with 2 prospective tenants when the city expressed their interest in purchasing the park's property. The parks communicated back to the city that they were only interested in leasing, not selling. In the coming months, the city's interest quickly turned into more of a forced let's negotiate or else approach. At no point was an formal offer ever presented by the city. In the last meeting that we had with the city, it was basically left to the parks of the threat of condemnation is very real. You guys come to us with what your number is, and we'll see if we want to do that. At no point did they bring us an offer. I'd love to see one. Under this threat of condemnation, the parks were forced to stall in their lease negotiations for fear they would otherwise finalize leases that they'd be unable to perform on. The parks were relieved in early February when Mr. Neuendorf informed us that the city had come to terms with the seller of the Edina Realty building and that they no longer had a need for the park's property. The parks immediately got back on track, finalizing their leases and construction plans. Both leases were signed in April. In early May, the building improvement plans were submitted to the city for permitting. The building permits were never issued. The parks now have no rental income and no business income. On June 4th, the council passed the previous resolution authorizing the condemnation action. Again, as Mr. Yarrow stated, we certainly would have liked to have been notified and had the opportunity to present or to be in attendance at that meeting. Between February, when the city notified the parks that they no longer needed their property, and June, what happened? What changed? What changed in those 4 months that makes acquiring the parks property now an absolute necessity? We've been getting some information from some stakeholders at 50th and France that there's a strong belief that the parking problem may be solved with purchase of the former Edina Realty property, more efficient use of the current parking ramps alone, that might take care of it. A new feasibility study was just ordered. We shouldn't be using condemnation and a forced sale to solve a parking problem that isn't yet perfectly defined. Even with that, if a problem exists beyond what can be solved with the new Edina ramp and more efficient use of the current ramps, then the city should be looking to solve that with the expansion of the current ramps or by negotiating a purchase with a willing seller. Let's not make it the park's burden to carry the water for the district's parking problem. There's a tremendous amount at stake here for Soon and Jenny. Their building and the leases they signed will take care of them financially in their retirement. The financial burden this condemnation potentially places on the parks may very well jeopardize their ability to retire. Soon and Jenny are 72 years old. They worked hard. They secured the retirement they envisioned.
Mr. Smith, I need to have you wrap up. You're over time already.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. We shouldn't rob them of that. From the city to the 50th and France Business Association to the residents of Edina, I don't think anybody should be comfortable with this proposed action. Find another way. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tony Park. I am the second of 2 sons, my parents being Jenny and Soon Park, the owners of the Hooten Cleaners property. I just want to say a special thanks to all the supporters that came out to be here tonight, and a special thanks to Tony and Jim for representing them as well. I am here before you not as a lawyer. I don't live in the city, but I am a son. I think what gets lost in all the legal paperwork is the realization that this property represents my parents' future.
Excuse me, Mr. Parks, can you give us your address, please?
Oh, it's 4724 Oxborough Court. I'm in Brooklyn Park, 55443.
Thank you.
Yep. This represents the retirement. It is also a culmination of decades of hard, backbreaking work. The question I ask you, City Council members, is are my parents being treated fairly? Growing up, my parents have always told us, dream big, and through your dreams, hard work will create opportunity. In America, these dreams and opportunity and success in life is created by you and cannot be taken by others.
Through this ugly process that I've discovered through eminent domain that we are potentially engaged in, council members, I find that this indeed may not be true. Opportunity and success can be taken by others. Let me just give you a little background on our family history. 38 years ago, my parents had the American dream. They wanted a chance to go after their dreams and to have, you know, like any other parents, have the best opportunity in the world. They heard that would be in America. Like many other immigrants before them, they arrived in America with but a few pieces of luggage, a few dollars, and 2 young kids in tow. As a young boy, I distinctly remember the 2 jobs my dad had to work, supported by long hours that my mom had to work. It seemed to me that they were always working. Somehow, through all the years, they supported us through hockey, baseball, and in the end, they just let us be kids. They helped us create a lot of fond memories. But little did I know at the time, they were working hard on a plan, and they wanted to save enough money so they could eventually own their own business. That was their goal. That was their dream. Hard work creates opportunity, and eventually their opportunity came in the form of Hooten Cleaners. As most of you know, Hooten Cleaners has been a dry cleaning business that was started back in the 50s. It's been a fixture in Edina for over 50 years. My parents worked there 15-plus hour days, 7 days a week, serving the city of Edina for 20 years. Any of you that have been to a dry cleaners know that it's essentially a sweatshop. The work is difficult, but like any other business owner, you, the owners, control the quality of your service and the integrity of your business. They worked there 20 years, every day, and supporting the dry cleaning and built a great reputation for the city, for the dry cleaning service in the city of Edina. They supported my brother and me through college. Admittedly, you know, they're proud of their sons, you know, because of, you know, how much we've grown up, and who my brother is currently went to West Point and is a serving officer in the U.S. Army. In the end, we are a proud, hard-working family. You know, I'll just cut to a certain part of it. Let me be absolutely clear. When Hooten Cleaners was closed, it was not because of retirement, it wasn't because of health, or it wasn't because of poor business performance. It was because my parents were preparing to renovate their building, and they had 2 tenants lined up to rent out the space. Jim and Tony have laid out the chronology of events that brought us here. In the end, my parents want to keep the property. They want to determine their own destiny and not have this eminent domain hanging over their head. So I asked council members that if you were my parents' shoes, would you feel that you were being treated fairly? My parents own this property. They want to keep it. Through Hooten Cleaners, they have served the city of Edina for 20 years and want to continue to be part of this community. I challenge you, the city council, to help find a way and not have this utilize this threat of eminent domain.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
My name's Keith Kostick. I live at 4511 Lakeview Drive in Edina. I would ask you, the mayor and the commissioners, not to use eminent domain on the parks property at 3944 West 49th and a half Street and go back to open negotiation with the parks. I was a customer of the parks until Hooten's closed. On my final visit, Mrs. Park told me the city had spoken to them about the property and buying it, but had decided not to go ahead. She said she and her husband had a plan to remodel and bring in 2 tenants, thus providing retirement income. This corroborates the data that you've heard from other speakers tonight and other letters that you have received. It calls into question the fact pattern that last month's report recommendation gave you. I'll leave it to the park's lawyer to provide more information on that front and on the valuation discussions. Suffice it to say, I personally find them distasteful. This planned use by the city for a parking structure and a liquor store does not seem to merit the use of the awesome force that I believe the Supreme Court called it. I'm a simpler person. I would say it's a thermonuclear option. As it's a pure example of government power, a parking structure and a liquor store are not vital city services. The city can and should negotiate with the parks in the marketplace and come up with something that does not use the blunt force of the state. This use of eminent domain threatens the retirement of the parks after a lifetime of hard work and paying taxes. If this goes ahead, I will be disappointed. Indeed, I might even be ashamed to say I'm an Edina resident, and I will do what I can to help the parks. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kostick.
Good evening. My name is Soon Park and Hooten Cleaner property owner. My wife Jenny and I are proud of people. We have worked hard our interior lives. We have been good Edina business owner for over 20 years. We feel the city has not treated us fairly. Mr. Meondorf told us the city would not take our property, so that we close our business. We close our business in order to make ready for our tenant, and now we cannot. The city will not issue our building permit. Now we have no income, we have no business income, and we have no tenant income. We are very afraid about how we can live. Our property is most important to us for our retirement. This building is the retirement investment we have made. Even if we got money from the city, we have to find a new investment for it. And we don't know that it will be as good. Whatever money we get is going to come at some cost. It is hard to get enough money to support our retirement, like our building can. Jenny and I need to be able to provide for ourselves in our retirement. And we cannot do that without our building and our tenant. Who will take care of us? Do you want that our children should have to provide for us? Jenny and I want to take care of ourselves. We are 70 years old, and maybe cannot retire now. If take our property, we cannot move forward. We want to move forward with our retirement plan. They want to take too much from us. We love Edina City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
I'm Brian Hansen. I live at 5704 Brook Drive in Edina. I've been a Edina resident for almost 60 years now. I'm concerned about this particular use of eminent domain having a chilling effect on the Edina business climate. How many business owners, how many potential lease owners, how many potential investors are going to look at each other and say, who's next? I guess that's the central part of my argument here. I'm concerned Edina is going to get a bad reputation, and that's going to carry forward into the general community.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor Hovland and City Council members. My name is Jan Curie Munson. My husband Mitch and I live at 3945 West 49th Street. I have prepared these remarks with my husband and the help of others in my neighborhood. Our house is located directly behind Hooten Cleaners and the parking ramp. We purchased our home in 1993, the same year the Parks purchased their business. So we have known Jenny and Soon for 20 years. They are one of the nicest, most caring, and hardworking couples we know. If you have ever taken your clothes to be cleaned at Hooten Cleaners, then you know that both Jenny and Soon work diligently and reliably every day of the week. They live in Edina and are local small business owners. I am excited for them to start the next chapter in their lives. With the closing of the dry cleaning business and leasing of their property, they will be able to spend more time with their grandchildren and will have the opportunity to travel. The Parks outright own both the building and property in the prime location in the 50th and France area of Edina, and the City of Edina wants to exercise its power to take it over for the purposes of a parking ramp and municipal liquor store. By Minnesota Statute 117.12, eminent domain may only be used for a public use or a public purpose. The definition under subdivision 11 of this statute states, public use or public purpose means exclusively the possession, occupation, ownership, and enjoyment of the land by the general public or by public agencies. In addition, the statute specifically states that the public benefits of economic development, including an increase in tax base, tax revenues, or general economic health, do not constitute a public use or public purpose. I would argue that a municipal liquor store or public parking ramp are means of either increasing city revenue through a liquor store or for the economic health of the surrounding retailers, and not for the general enjoyment of the public citizens of Edina. In fact, I would also argue that the park's economic health is being sacrificed for the general economic health of other local retailers and area businesses. This is not the intent of eminent domain. Property rights and property ownership are arguably some of the most important rights of citizenship in our country, and when governments make these type of decisions regarding private property, I believe that our constitutional rights and freedoms are being denied. One of Edina's mottos is support locally owned businesses, but I feel that in this case, a different message is being sent, and instead the city is saying support locally owned businesses until they get in your way. Tonight, after considering this complex situation, I hope the City Council will choose to treat Jenny and Soon Park fairly and support local small business owners like the Parks, even if their plans for their property don't necessarily agree with the city's. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Angela Berger. I live at 4809 60th Street in Edina. I learned about that this meeting was convening this evening yesterday. And as a almost 11-year resident, it concerned me that I hadn't heard a news story or a public announcement that something to this effect of eminent domain would be taking place. It seems like something that the community would have been talking about by now. Is my understanding that the vote that was taken in June was not valid because there was not a proper public notice given. And that's the reason we're here this evening, is to redress the situation now that a public notice was printed in the newspaper. So it seems that the process may have been done correctly this time, but again, with an action this large, it concerns me that the process was not followed properly to begin with, and I think it provides a bad light on our city and how it's run in us taking an action of this significance without proper public notice initially, and really even up until this evening, really any discussion or any request for input from the community. So I would encourage you to table the vote, get more information, and some more community input as well before you take this action. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Quitmeyer. I live at 4801 West Sunny Slope Road, right across the street. For the last 8 years, my family and I have been proud customers of Houghton Cleaners, and we've held up the parks as examples for our children of what hard work, dedication, customer service can yield in this country. We've held up the children of the parks as examples for our children, and the sacrifice that the parks and their children have made in the course in advancing this country's interests. So to hear now that the question presented to the council is whether the parks and their property will be displaced to make room for a liquor store potentially is, I find, embarrassing as a citizen of Edina, as a resident of Edina, when I was previously proud to be a resident of Edina and the hospitality that Edina showed to a family like the Parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Quitmeyer.
Good evening, John Smaby, 5224 Halifax Avenue South. I think I'm probably uniquely qualified to talk about the situation. I was previously, for the last 15 years, manager of the Edina Realty Building. And I've probably lost a few years of my life dealing with parking issues at 50th and France. I'm also a longtime client of the parks. And I've also had an opportunity to kind of see this develop and where we're going with the city. I'm pro-development, very much. I've heard a lot of things on the street over the last 6-8 months about what's going to happen at 50th and France. And I don't think we're taking the right path at this time. I can say from the bottom of my heart, and I know what all you guys feel like your charge is to work for the citizens of Edina. And I can't believe that we can't work around a situation here with very good, fine residents of Edina. We can't work around a parking ramp and work with them and instead of against them, in my opinion. I think we need more time on it. I'm willing to put some time in myself if called upon to help on this situation. But right now, we're just not doing the right thing, and I think we have to relook at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smaby.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Chris Bonvino. I live at 6908 Dakota Trail in Edina. Mr. Mayor, you asked us to be non-emotional. This is going to be hard for me. I'm a business owner, and this is troublesome as a business owner. For 20 years, I've owned a business. I look at the parks, and I can empathize with them. You know, we wonder who's next. It's frightening. But moreover, this bothers me as a human being. I mean, these people are going to retire, and we're telling them a liquor store or a parking space supersedes their interest as people. I grew up in Edina. I love this city. This is not in the spirit of the Edina I grew up in. It's emotional, bothersome. I would hope in your infinite wisdom you think not of eminent domain. It's apparent you can do this. You have fancy lawyers, and they're trying their best. I would hope you'd ask, not can we do it, but should we do this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bombino.
Good evening. My name is Joy Hazuka, and I live at 4420 Vanderwerk in Edina, and my daughter's here with me because she was concerned as well. She's in 5th grade. So we're here because we're concerned about the city of Edina treating business owners fairly and using eminent domain properly and only when necessary. And we don't believe that, again, as people have said, that additional parking space is a sufficient need for taking action against these fine citizens and business owners who've put a lot of work in, and it's important to respect, again, business owners and private property. Thanks.
Thank you.
Evening, Commissioner and members. I'm George West. I live at 5120 Chowan Avenue South. I'm here on behalf of the parks, and as many of the other speakers have mentioned, their concern with this action, potential action. Having my wife and I been customers of theirs for 20 years, I echo those same thoughts. And in the previous discussions of your meeting tonight, and you're talking about consistency between buildings and getting things right, I would ask you to apply that same level of diligence and concern in this matter, and that you ask yourselves, as Tony said, am I treating them fairly, and is this the right thing to do? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. West.
Good evening. My name is Rob Brzezinski, 4608 Oak Drive in Edina. I'm a 15-year Edina resident, and from the perspective, I'm not a born and raised Minnesota resident, but I moved up here 15 years ago with my family and chose Edina for a lot of reasons, and for large part based on its reputation. And to me, this is very troubling. Eminent domain, as everybody has already stated, is a very, very powerful governmental action. And just strongly, my wife and I, we have 5 children, live 2 blocks from here, just feel like this is a very, very inappropriate use of governmental authority in this case. We have done some business with the parks at Hooten's dry cleaner over the years. Their reputation as people, as business owners in our community is impeccable. But by and large, when I found out about this last week, I was so troubled that I just wanted to be here tonight to support the parks, and I think a sentiment that a lot of people in Edina feel about this current situation. So we actually ask you to please very seriously consider the action that you're looking to take here. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Brzezinski.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Wheaton. I live at it's late, 5109 Arden Avenue. And many of the things, the reason I'm here is to support the parks. Many of the comments that I have been stated already, so I'll be short and sweet, and I just want to not leave tonight without officially being on the record of urging you to treat the parks fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheaton.
Good evening. My name is Zachary Krushel. I live at 7519 Hyde Park Drive here in Edina. I lived in this city for 8 years. It's been a great city for my family and I. This bothers me on a number of levels. One, as a property owner, concerns me that maybe my property rights aren't all that respected here in the city. Certainly what's been seen here tonight would not lead me to be comfortable about that. But more importantly, as a human being, I just can't see how this is right, to take someone's retirement earnings away from them to put in a liquor store in a parking lot. And quite frankly, I can't believe that my friends and neighbors in this community would feel any differently than that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Trussell.
Good evening, Council. I am Dan Balach at 5400 Chantry Road in Edina. For the last 2 years, I've lived there. The prior 10 years, I was at 4825 Vincent in South Minneapolis. I am Jimmy John's Gourmet Sandwiches here. I'm trying to be that in Edina. I own, with a partner, 6 other Jimmy John's and are building out our number 7 right now. I have been trying to put 2 Jimmy John's restaurants in Edina for over 5 years. Earlier this year, we signed a lease. Prior to signing the lease, Jim Stimler, my realtor, and I discussed the situation and whether or not this was even going to be possible. Jim had contacted the city and assured him that we could move forward on this. I did sign a lease. I corroborate their story. I absolutely signed a lease for a pretty significant price, and we argued over terms a lot, as we always do with leases. Right now, I have several $1,000s already into this because it costs money to sign leases. It takes attorney's fees. And not only that, I can also corroborate that Mr. Parks did close his business because we were beginning the build-out process. I had my architect in there, we had been drawing plans, and we were all moving forward. I beg you to reconsider this. Forget about the business owner as far as myself goes right now. After hearing all these stories, I really think we need to be concerned about the parks and their future and doing what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balach. Anyone else? Come on up. Excuse me.
I'm Dean Laram, 5025 Bedford, and I've been an Edina resident for about 31 years. And you know, I've never met the Parks until tonight. Sounds like a great family. I wish, you know, I'm in the auto industry, and frankly, we don't need a lot of pressing. But quite frankly, I'm a business owner. I bought my business in '93 as well. It's in St. Louis Park. I have another one in Richfield. And this eminent domain is what really concerns me. Not just for the parks, but for everyone down the road. And I got to say, the questions that you guys had for the for the previous gentleman up here talking about the buildings on York. Awesome. I mean, you guys got your heads screwed on, and it sounds like you're really thinking, and I commend you for that. I voted for some of you guys, gals, and you know, and I'm proud to say that. And so I guess what I'm asking is, hey, keep them screwed on, because this just doesn't sound right. It in my mind, we need to step back and say, okay, do we need another liquor store? And parking? Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lerner. Excuse me. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Lynn Swan. I live at 4808 Hibiscus. I think what strikes me about listening tonight is that I feel like we've heard two totally different versions of what's gone on. And I think that was part of the concern, as you were wanting to speak on behalf of them, is to provide some clarification, that there are some either misunderstandings or some differences in the way people are approaching or thinking about what's gone on. And so I would urge you to step back and say, let's get the two stories together and figure out what's the right thing to do, and in fact, a little bit of what has happened in the past, so that you get on the same page and that there's a fairness about this. Because if you think about what you heard originally from the city and what you've been hearing from everybody else, there are some inconsistencies in here that I would think would trouble you, and you'd want to figure out what is in fact going on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swan. Anyone else? Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second to close the public hearing. All right, now, is there a motion to close the HRA? Oh, yeah. We need to vote on closing the public hearing.
Thought you'd done that, okay.
Yeah,
No,
haven't
we
done that
haven't
yet. So, any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. And now I think we need to close the HRA meeting and reconvene the
Well, since you're here, Mayor, maybe you want to deal with Resolution 2013-14 redemption, so you don't have to reopen. Item 6 on your agenda.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's do that.
Bond redemption.
Yep.
Yep.
I was looking for my copy of it.
All right, I've got it right here. All right, we got a few other housekeeping things to take care of too, but let's look at HRA item 6, which is the resolution 2013-14. Hold that thought for a second. Let's go back. We did roll call.
I would
move the
approval of the meeting agenda.
I'll second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
And I'll move approval of the minutes of HRA meeting of
Second.
September 5th.
Motion and second. We got a discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Now on to item 6, which is the resolution 2013-14, authorizing the redemption of the Series 2009 B bonds.
And that was what we already discussed with my friend. Do you have anything else, Manager Neal, on it?
I don't have anything else to add. Mr. Ruff gave the explanation on this. The savings on the refinancing was $255,000.
Okay.
All right. And Director Wallen is gone for the evening too, so.
I'll move resolution 2013-14.
I'll second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we need to reconvene the city council meeting.
So we're going to adjourn this?
We're going to adjourn the HRA meeting,
Okay.
and we're going to reconvene the city council meeting. Is there a motion to reconvene the city council meeting?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we have in front of us Resolution 2013-81, which is authorizing the acquisition of a fee simple interest in the property located at 3944 West 49.5 Street. Are there questions for Mr. Neuendorf on this matter, or we can go right to council discussion? Member Bennett, did you have, looked like you were poised to ask something.
I am, and that is, I wonder if it would be helpful at this point to ask one of our council present this evening to explain how the process of valuation is accomplished, because I've heard words used tonight that, and taking, it's a strong word everybody here is taking, is very thoughtful in consideration, but I think in terms of the valuation, how that is reached, I think that could be helpful.
I'm happy to address that. Councilmember Bennett, David Trevor from Dorsey, representing the city in this matter. There are several stages to the valuation process if the resolution passes and we go forward. The first stage is actually an opportunity to further negotiate between the property owner and the city. There is a minimum 60-day period of negotiation built into the eminent domain statute. So the first thing that will happen if the resolution passes is that there'll be further attempts to see whether the two sides can reach a negotiated value. If that does not take place, then a condemnation action is initiated, and as it goes forward, assuming the court approves the public purpose and moves on to the next phase, the court appoints 3 independent commissioners. The commissioners are all people experienced in the real estate industry. Typically, there's a lawyer who's one of the commissioners, frequently a realtor, somebody else, and an appraiser who are familiar with real estate, and they form a panel which takes a number of steps before valuing the property. They view the property, and then they hold hearings at which each side, the city and the landowner, can present evidence of value and make whatever arguments. Their lawyers make arguments in favor of whatever value they think is appropriate. And the commissioners make an award which values the property, and that is one place where the process can stop, but if either side is dissatisfied with the commissioner's award, then there's a further opportunity to go to trial. And either the city could pursue a trial if they thought the valuation was too high, the parks could pursue a trial if they thought the commissioner's valuation was too low. That trial could be, if either side wants it to be a jury trial, it will be a trial by jury in Hennepin County District Court. If it's not a jury trial, it'll be a trial to the judge in Hennepin County District Court, and that trial then would determine the value. Have I answered your question, Councilmember?
And is that the same for both kinds of takings, whether it's a quick taking or a regular path?
Yes, the schedule and the speed at which things happen varies, but the valuation process is the same.
Now, how many meetings have you been involved with Council for the Parks or the parks so far?
I have been at the meeting last week where the parks and their attorney attended, along with Mr. Smith, the realtor who spoke tonight. I have met Mr. Yarosh when the city's appraiser was viewing the property in aid of his appraisal. That was several months ago. And I have talked with Mr. Yarosh a number of times on the telephone. The only meeting I've been at where the parks were personally in attendance was the meeting last week.
Other questions? Mr. Trevor, at this point in time, stand by. We may have some more here as we talk about this. Mr. Neuendorf, would you come back up here, please? Let me ask you, about the timing issue. I thought Ms. Swan made an interesting point about different views on things, and we all know that there's always, as they say, two sides to the story, but some fact reconciliation may be important, and it may be worthwhile taking that extra time before we decide what we want to do as a council. What kind of timing issues are at play here if we decided to wait a couple of weeks before we did anything, before we had this matter? If we table this for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, are there implications to that from the standpoint of the city?
Sure. From the standpoint of the city, if we table this action for a short period, that would not upset our construction schedule moving forward. Right now, we've engaged Kinley Horn Associates back in August to fine-tune the proposal for parking improvements and streetscape improvements. So we're still in that early design phase. So a short-term delay would not upset that schedule. We're looking at a construction season either late 2014 or early 2015, depending on the bidding environment. So 2 weeks doesn't make a big difference. Where I have a bigger concern is prompt action to bring this matter to a close. We've been meeting with the owners, been in contact with the prospective tenants for months and months, and right now there's the possibility of what happens on the site is up in limbo. So in my opinion, it doesn't make such a huge impact to the city, but to the businesses in question, I think there's a certain level of importance to making a reasonably prompt decision.
All right. Mr. Trevor, would you come back up too, please? Is there anything from a legal standpoint that we need to be mindful of if we decided to wait a short period of time and put you back to work with Mr. Yarosh, I think is counsel for
just to flesh out the schedule a little bit so the council can have that in mind. As I said, there's built into the statute, there is a 60-day minimum negotiating period, followed by the initiation of the court action if the parties have not reached agreement during the negotiating session. And then there's a minimum 90-day period. Even under the quick take, there's a minimum 90 days after the court action has started before the city can ask the court to award it title and possession of the property. And at that point, by the way, the city would pay the parks the city's estimate of value. And the question going forward would be, should that go up if the commissioner is awarded more? So you've got a minimum of 150 days from today. As a practical matter, it's going to be a little bit longer than 150 days minimum before you can get the court to actually award the city title and possession. So the quickest you could get it is a little bit more than 5 months from now. As a practical matter, it could be a little bit longer than that. So that's how you should factor in your thinking about the scheduling going forward. Did I address your question, Mr. Mayor?
I think so. Also, with respect to this proposed resolution, is that the trigger for the 60-day period to start to run for negotiations to take place?
The statute is not specific about what exactly would trigger that 60-day period. What I have done in other cases and would probably do in this case would be write Mr. Yarosh a letter tomorrow, for example, if the resolution passed, formally announcing the city's intention to commence the 60-day negotiation period. But the statute does not say an exact event that triggers it.
Okay, so for the parks, I would say that I've personally offered to meet with you before, and I think under advice of council or somebody else, you decided you didn't want to do that. I would offer that again, whether we do or do not pass this resolution, if that's helpful. I think everybody on this council is sensitive to this issue of the use of eminent domain because for the reasons everybody has expressed here tonight that has come to support you, and for those small business owners that worry about the power of this kind of a tool. So we are potentially entering into the use of this tool on a very reluctant basis and a very cautious basis, because we haven't been able to get, what we would say is, have an effective discussion with you. So if there's something we can do in a relatively short period of time to try to come to some kind of a resolution on this matter, I think this council would be willing to try that and send me or anybody else that wants to visit with folks on this issue to see if we can get it resolved. But there is a legitimate need for parking in that area, and that's one of the things that we've been sensitive to. So, as a broader sort of need. Anyway, I don't know if that helped or anyway muddied up the waters for our fellow council members, but the resolution itself, as I read it in its conclusory comments in the resolution portion of it, basically authorizes us to use the power of eminent domain to acquire a fee simple interest in the park's property for the reasons expressed earlier by Mr. Neuendorf. So, any thoughts from other council members? Member
Sure.
Swenson?
I appreciate that the process has 60 days that start negotiating. It isn't something that we've just started talking about. We've been talking about this for a year. We started this process at the same time we started negotiating with Edina Realty. And we bought the Edina Realty business for an amount that matched what that came forward as to its value by a professional evaluator. We haven't gotten anywhere near that in talking to the parks about their property at Houghton Cleaners. No, it's not an easy thing to do. I can't sit here and look at you and tell you this is an easy thing to do. But part of my job up here is helping plan for the future, and 50th and France is a very important area for us. We've worked on the parking problem up there for over 4 years. We know what the need is for parking. We don't need another parking study to tell us what it is. Our study now is to tell us how to put it in and where to put it, but we know how many spaces we need. We know that this doesn't get us all the way there, but it gets us much farther there. I know what the value of their property is for tax purposes. I know what they have said they wanted for it, which isn't anywhere near that. They want way more. We haven't been able to be successful in a year of negotiations. So I appreciate the fact that the law now requires us to spend 60 days negotiating with them. I feel like we've spent 10 months negotiating with them, so another 60 days certainly won't be harmful at all. I support doing this, though I'm going to tell you it's not an easy thing to support.
I would just say, from a concept standpoint, I support using this tool when all other avenues have been exhausted. So, what I hear tonight from some folks is that there may be a sliver of opportunity here, and I'm prepared to take that sliver of opportunity for 2 weeks, and I'll give it everything I've got, and I think other people will as well, to try to come up with a fair price for this property, which we think we've already done, but nonetheless, we're willing to try to do that. So, but I will support the use of this tool if we need to, because of the needs that we have down there. But I'm willing to give this one more opportunity to try to find a solution. And I know we've tried many variations on theme here. We've talked about air rights over the property so that those two businesses could go in. We've talked about all kinds of things with the park. So, but I'm willing to give it one more shot in a very short period of time to see if we can work something out.
Mayor, normally I would support that if we were anywhere in the realm of a meeting of the minds, but we're not. We're not even close. And I've heard the same statement before about delay and further negotiations, and it has been met with an impasse. So I support, as does Member Swenson, moving forward with this tonight. It's unfortunate that this tool needs to be used, and I agree reluctantly it's used in this case, but I don't see another option. We've explored all the options. More time has been given to those options than we originally thought it would take. And we're not even in the realm of a meeting of the minds. So, and the need to me has been articulated many, many times. I don't have the length on the council that you do in dealing with this issue, but since I've been on, it's a recurrent theme and it's a difficult nut to crack. And the parking studies that have been done are talking about current needs not being met, not even the future. So I support moving forward with this.
Here's two things that are concerning me, I guess, or I'd be willing to do. A, work on price, but secondly, there may be facts that are germane here that we don't understand fully that could affect how we think about the use of the tool. And that's the second reason that a delay might be important, because then we make sure that we know all the facts and we understand completely both positions, and we haven't had that opportunity to get those except on a second-hand basis.
I am confident that as a body we do have factual information in front of us. There are very few limited circumstances under which this body can meet, not publicly and not on camera, and one of them is pending legal matters, and that is what this is. And so we're not going to discuss all of the information tonight. This is a pending legal matter. There was reference made to assessed tax value. The city has offered much more than that. We're not discussing specifics this evening, but I do believe that there has been negotiation in good faith by the city. I do believe I know that there has been establishment of need. No small business is going to succeed at 50th and France. No business of any size will succeed at 50th and France unless it can park its patrons, unless that parking that has been a hallmark, free public parking offered at 50th and France, not only for people coming to shop, people coming to dine, people coming to see the dentist, people coming to grocery shop, people coming to see a movie, people just coming to see the street art. That is something that the city has offered. The businesses do support it, but it's something that we've known is at a shortage, not just at a premium, but lacking. We've looked at some really hard ways of trying to solve that. We've looked at completely tearing down and trying to rebuild the ramps. We've been told that that will be disruptive to business. We've really looked at a lot of solutions, just as we really have tried to address this issue in front of us tonight in good faith and with information. This is not something that's being undertaken lightly or misinformed or with too little information. And so with that knowledge and those concerns in mind, I also favor taking action this evening, but also taking comfort in the fact that there is a court-enforced or a statutory 60-day negotiation period. So to those people who said continue to negotiate, that is my intention, it's the intention of this body, and that would be the effect of a positive vote this evening.
It's my turn. I am not a lawyer. I'm sitting up here with several lawyers. The ins and outs of eminent domain, I don't understand well enough to say that we have the right power to do this. It's very so it makes me very nervous, obviously, to take an action that is a game changer, both for a family but for an area, and really for a city. So while I'm not going to say no, because I think there's more to understand, I'm not going to say yes. I need to understand more. There are, in the lineup of what has occurred from Mr. Neuendorf, we told the parks one thing, we told the parks another thing. We're interested, we're not interested. So it's just not fair. I don't see the fairness in this.
Member Sprague?
No, I just was pointing to.
Yeah, Your Honor and members of the council, I think that I don't want to repeat what Councilmember Bennett said, but I think that is, I think it's an important perspective to know that what happens with this action tonight is it kicks in the additional discussion that is, that both parties can come to very seriously. And we would intend to do that. We would intend to continue to try to seek a willing buyer, willing seller sort of transaction here. We would propose some innovative solutions, which we've had some discussion about. So there are alternatives to the ultimate condemnation of the property, and we would intend to present all of those options and at least see them out if the council takes the action to approve this resolution tonight.
I'm going to move this.
I'll second it.
Further discussion? Let me ask the question this way of my colleagues. Would there be any information that, and this is just in the abstract, would there be any information that would be of such a nature that it would cause you to question whether you'd want to use this tool at all at this point in time? Or do you feel comfortable with the use of this tool at this point in time?
We've been talking about using this tool for months. We've investigated this tool, we've looked at it, we've had multiple discussions on it. If I wasn't going to be comfortable doing it, I wouldn't have taken that vote in June, and I wouldn't have be sitting here today. I am comfortable with the fact that we have 60 days to work with them. I'm comfortable with the fact that we are trying to be as fair as we can on the price without paying quadruple what it's worth. So I don't have any other information that I need.
And Mayor, I'm comfortable with the facts as they've been disclosed to us, and I do believe that our staff has acted in good faith as our representatives.
Yeah, I think we all feel comfortable with that notion. But still, there are facts that can come to bear that we don't know about. Not that they were purposely or withheld from us, but I don't know. Here's I'll give you an example.
Any decision that we make.
I'll give you an example of this. So I'm on that Southwest LRT Corridor Management Committee. So we're in the process of working our way down through this process for 2 years. And when we get down to the issue of freight relocation or co-location on the Kenilworth Corridor, what I have done is gone out and gotten my own information from people on the corridor or in St. Louis Park, wherever it takes, whatever the information is I need to gather on a first-hand basis for myself, I go and get. And so, I mean, I guess that's what I'm suggesting is that we do for 2 weeks. We just wait and we get any other information there is to get, but other.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, I understand that. I think that it's inherently problematic if each one of you decide to do your own individual fact-finding in a situation like this where you're going to have to take a position as a corporate board. I think it's important for you to remember that at the end of the 60-day time period, you will again have a chance to evaluate what our behavior and offers have been before you will have another vote to authorize it to go forward.
The other thing is if we spend 2 weeks or 4 weeks getting more information and we still go ahead with it, we have now put the whole process and where the parks are another month behind. And I don't particularly think that's fair either.
It's a good point.
You have a motion and a second.
All right. Excuse me. We've got a motion and a second to adopt as a City Council Resolution 2013-81. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Carried. And I don't mean nay in the in perpetuity. I just wanted a little bit more time to work this through. All right. I renew my offer to meet with anybody, anytime on this issue. All right, now, correspondence and petitions. Anything other than what we had on the dais?
No, sir.
Aviation noise update.
Do you want to comment on
Member
the
Bennett?
Sunny Slope meeting?
Well, Sunny Slope meeting, and then I will defer to the mayor on that. And then there is a NOC Noise Oversight Committee meeting tomorrow at 1:30 at the MAC offices. They are on 28th Street, south of Crosstown 62. And the agenda includes the draft 2014 work plan, a review of the 30 right and 30 left northbound departure study over Minneapolis, a review of a mobile noise monitoring request, and a review of the July 23rd, 2013 public input meeting, which many of our residents attended and at which many residents spoke. There were over 20 people who spoke at that meeting, and it was about evenly divided between Richfield, Minneapolis, and Edina. There is a public comment period, but as we've discussed earlier, to make public comment at a regular NOC meeting, a person has to be sponsored by a member of the NOC and then have that motion seconded by another. So the intention is not to take public comment.
Councilmember Bennett, for the purposes of that particular item, do you have standing as a member of the NOC to sponsor people? Or is John Bergman the...
I believe that I would have to get Mr. Bergman to sponsor them because he is the seated at-large rep. There are now more communities. There are 7 at-large communities represented by a single seat on the NOC, and there are 6 community seats altogether. Thank you.
On the night of September 11th, here in council chambers, the neighbors of Sunny Slope had a meeting with some of the folks from the MAC. Manager Neal was here. Member Bennett and I were also here. They asked that it be held.
We weren't supposed to come so that we didn't have a public hearing. Did we vote on who got to show up?
No, it was. Member Bennett volunteered to take notes. This is a meeting that should have probably been held at somebody's house in the Sunny Slope neighborhood, and they thought they didn't have enough room, so we said we'd find them a room over here. And then all of a sudden there was a flyer going viral all over town saying there was a noise meeting at City Hall, and so I think a lot of that got headed off by people with some knowledge that had these email lists, but we had people from Sunny Slope here, and they had a good conversation with Jeff Hamill from the MAC and also with Dan Boven, who's chair of the MAC. And then I spoke briefly about some of the activities that we're engaged in as a city. And I think it was a very productive meeting with these folks from Sunny Slope, and the emails that came in after the fact seemed very positive and very thoughtful.
There was a Sunny Slope resident there who wrote a really entertaining piece of poetry about aviation noise, and we should get our hands on that somehow.
I think he did send that to me.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, so I can send it on to you. We
Okay.
could put that on the
That's pretty
website.
good.
It was well done. So that's my report on aviation noise. And then next, mayor and council comments. I think we're Member Brindle this time.
I have three. I actually can't remember what I said last time. I've been out of the country and back since then. Southwest Twin Cities Beyond the Yellow Ribbon. Our action plan was unanimously approved, and proclamation will take place on Saturday, October 12th. So I will get an email to Manager Neal. I probably told you I'd do this before, but I will. Okay. Saturday, October 12th. Gathering will start at 4 o'clock. There will be activities for kids. There will be military vehicles to look at. And then the actual ceremony will begin at 5. The mayors from all 4 cities have been or will be asked to speak. And we're hoping the governor will be there.
When is that, Member Brindle?
It is Saturday, October 12th at 5 o'clock at the Hopkins Downtown Park. I sent you an email today.
Oh, okay.
And my understanding was that the email was going to be from mayor to mayor, but I sent an email to you today just in case. But the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard has been invited, our Hennepin County Commissioner, state and local legislators, and citizens from all 4 cities, focusing especially on getting people to come out who are service members, National Guard and Reserve, and veterans and their families. So basically the event is going to be the ceremony as well as entertainment. And then exhibitors can table information about their various social service agencies, their medical offices, whatever it might be that they are. We've got over 100 people in our network, so they will all be invited to have a table to exhibit what they do and how people can reach them. Additional information about this, you'll see it, you'll hear it in local media. You'll see it in local media. The btyr.org website is the statewide website, and then sw-btyr.org is our network website. Then number 2 is the Edina Arts Center has a juried show coming up. It opens on Thursday, September 26th at 5 o'clock at the Edina Arts Center. And you can Google Edina Arts Center for more information. And one final thing that occurred to me today as I was wrapping up my comments, with the increase in high-density housing in the Southdale area, I want to put pressure on Nice Ride to get a Nice Ride station here. I've been asking for it for more than a year, and their priorities are elsewhere. But we've got, if in fact the Lennar building is built, we've got in excess of 750 high-density apartments going in the Southdale area. The Nice Ride connection to the lakes, the Nice Ride connection to downtown, to various parts of the Twin Cities just makes sense with that influx of population in the Southdale area. So I think I'd like to put some pressure on them to get a station in Southdale, kind of along York.
That's it? All right.
Yep, that's it. Thanks.
Member Bennett.
I think you and appreciate the executive summary of the Safe Routes to School plan, Manager Neal, and look forward to receiving the expanded document. I think a lot of good work went into that from around the community, and look forward to seeing it implemented. I will be at the Noise Oversight Committee meeting tomorrow. On Sunday, I took part in the house tour, joined about 500 other people from the community and around for a tour of 3 historic homes. The Baird House from 1886, Arlene and Brad Forrest, and then also a 1912 bungalow on West 44th Street and a 1924 lovely Mediterranean home on Arden. And it was just a great turnout. The weather held off. No rain during the day. That leaves one, actually a couple of Quasqui Centennial events still to come. There's Tales of a Desperate Book Club coming up at the library in early October, and that is a book group that formed when its members were transferred here as corporate wives, and probably the most well-known of their members is the author Judith Guest. And they will be talking about their favorite books and how this book group bonded them to the community and to each other. And that will take place at the Edina Library, and I don't have the exact date, but it's a Thursday in early October. And then finally, Founders Day coming up on Thursday, the 12th of December, here at City Hall. And Edina Historical Society Marcy Matson described it yesterday as 125 years of Edina history in 40 minutes. And the Edina Chorale will be performing. That's it.
Thank you.
I have one more thing
Go ahead.
to add, and that is that I worked the Fall Into the Arts Festival over the weekend. The weather Saturday was fabulous. The place was packed, and we ended up closing just a little bit early because the rain came. And then Sunday, the weather was cooler, so the crowd was a little lighter, but I understand the sales were good. So it was a great weekend.
Thank you. You can get comments on that from Member Swenson, who was out there
Setting
in
up
both
a booth
conditions.
and taking it down, yeah. I'm going to let Member Sprague go first because I'm waiting for something from Jennifer.
Thank you. Well, we had our joint meeting with the school board this week, and my only comment was it's not often enough that we're meeting with them, and I hope we can get back to 2 to 3 times a year on a regular schedule, because there's a lot of information to impart both ways. We had a lot of thorough but brief discussion, and I think it's in our best interest to increase the frequency as best we can. I met with, as many of you I'm sure have, with some neighbors in the 6200 block of Xerxes, and I just wanted to report that the update is there will be a meeting here at City Hall on September 24th at 5:30 p.m. with the county engineer to share the current plans for that stretch of roadway.
Can you repeat that again?
September 24th, 5:30 p.m.
5:30.
Okay, great.
And I'm sure some of us will make it. I can't make it that evening, unfortunately. And then I'm looking forward to we received some letters from the Lake Edina neighborhood about the use of hydro seed, and we've switched tactics, changing from sod to seed for a variety of reasons, and I guess we're going to be talking about that on October 1st, so I look forward to hearing that report and then getting that information back to that subdivision.
Okay. Jennifer, can you keynote my favorite dog, who is a really well-behaved dog, much better than the dog that I have at home and probably Mary has at home. But Spalding is up at 50th and France. He's one of our public art pieces. And tomorrow, if you dine at Salute, 10% of what they take in will go to trying to keep Spalding up there permanently. And again, the Lions Club is having a pancake breakfast at Braemar on October 6th to raise funds for Spalding. And finally, we will be taking donations from the families that go out at Pumpkin Fest on Saturday, October 26th, up at 50th. He's gotten some press. He is doing a great job getting money for himself because he's so darn cute, and every kid that walks by him pets him on the nose. But if you got an opportunity, you can dine at Salute tomorrow or eat pancakes with the Lions Club October 6th at Braemar, and I'm looking forward to keeping him around permanently. Thank you.
Is that 10% for every meal? So you could go there for lunch and dinner?
You could, yes. You could take all your meals other than breakfast at Salute tomorrow, and I'm sure they'd be thrilled to serve you.
I could eat those pommes for multiple
I'm planning on
meals.
ordering those
Yeah.
for dinner.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, and the mayor and I
Yeah, go ahead.
had a lovely walk with some of the residents who live on the corner of the frontage road by
Yeah, Valley View and by Normandale Lutheran.
Yep. At 7 o'clock at night on a cold, windy night. You
Okay.
can speak.
Yeah, no, I won't talk any more about that. The 5th of September was the retirement party for Marty Shearer over at the Tracy Fire Station. It was a nice event. Hate to see that guy disappear from the scene for the city, but he's a young guy with wanting other experiences in life, I guess, so we'll miss him. We'll find a great replacement, I'm sure. But nonetheless, it'd be sad not seeing him around. The next day, on the 6th of September, I met with Greg Keel from Barr Engineering. He wanted to give us an update on their efforts to try to find a location to stay in Edina. And I think it's going to be tough, but that's, at least I wanted to bring council up to date on that. And then we had a regional council of mayors meeting on Monday the 9th, and then I also attended the Abby's Hope Charitable Foundation dinner that evening out at Braemar, and they had a real successful event, I believe, out there. A lot of good participation. Belinda Jensen from Channel 11 was the MC, and great turnout for a great organization. And Scott and Katie Taylor are forging on building this stronger and stronger foundation to work on water-related safety issues for kids. So congratulations to them for the work that they're doing. And then on the 13th, morning of the 13th, I went downtown to listen to a panel talk about the state of innovation in America. And that was interesting. I won't say more about that now. And then on the Saturday morning, I did a little buckthorn whacking down on 54th and the creek. But first I met for a couple hours with neighbors on West 54th to talk about the proposed project down there for 2014. And so I've got many pages of notes on that, and I think I'm going to get together with Director Houle to go through those notes and their concerns fairly soon. And then Manager Neal and Councilmember Sprague and I attended the Fairview Southdale Hospital ER groundbreaking yesterday, and that was a very good event. And so they are about ready to begin construction out there. So there's all kinds of activity continuing in that Southdale district. That's it for me. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of things. One thing is that we have received our population, long-term population projection from the Metropolitan Council, and they're projecting that in 2040, Edina will be 70,000 people.
Are they watching all the apartments being built?
I don't know what they're watching, but this is just came in the mail this week. So we will I think earlier tonight we talked a little bit about how most of our growth is going to be multifamily, and that would sure have to happen if that kind of growth is going to occur. Those similar kind of growth factors, I'd say, or scale, you can see throughout most of the other Twin Cities suburbs.
Can we leverage that at all to get Crosstown and the France Avenue and Xerxes Avenue bridges pushed up in the construction schedule?
Really, we ought to. We'll learn a little bit more about this data and where it came from. One thing I wanted to mention for tonight, a couple things schedule-wise. We had Kevin Bogalki scheduled for October to give you an update about 9 Mile Creek. And he has had a schedule change, and so we've rescheduled him to November 19th.
Okay.
Sorry. That's the date he picked. November 19th is when he's coming to give a pretty good presentation about their plans. We have 2 upcoming council meetings that are on Mondays. In fact, the October 14th and November 4th are both Mondays. October 14th is to miss the Eid al-Adha, Festival of Sacrifice. It's a Islamic holiday. And so we'll meet on Monday that week. It's also Chicken Cacciatore Day, October 15th. And Monday, November 4th, we will meet because that is November 5th is Election Day. And Homecoming. Homecoming parade is September 27th.
Oh my God, can anything else be that day?
The Southdale Grand Rededication is the 28th. Yeah. So the parade is the 27th, and we have 500 mini footballs with the city logo on them that council members, if you're planning to participate in the parade, you can hand them out. The parade starts at 4:30 on Friday the 27th. Starting point is the pool tennis parking lot at the Edina Country Club.
Pool tennis parking lot, the back parking lot.
Yep. The back parking lot.
4 o'clock.
Yep. And I will be out a fair amount of the day tomorrow speaking to the Minnesota chapter of the American Planning Association State Conference about Southdale and the city's assistance to Southdale and rejuvenating the mall and what that's meant for the community. So it's a good story, and apparently planners want to hear it. Yeah. Carrie will be there too.
So we don't have a float for the homecoming parade, we just have mini footballs? Do you have a float? Will there be a large cake? Okay, will it have a candle on it?
Okay, all right.
Do we have to
I hear that
make the
someone
motion
knocked it
of
off
eating
the
it?
last time they drove the float.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I have nothing else.
Just turn it in. Just
We don't have to
turn it in.
faux eat the cake, right? Okay.
Oh,
Member Swenson, what time does the pancake breakfast at Braemar start on the 6th? Any idea?
You know, I think they usually start at,
7 or so?
yeah, by 8 o'clock they're going, aren't they? Usually the Lions Club pancake breakfast?
I don't know.
I can't tell you that, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, anything else?
8 a.m.
8 a.m.
Okay. Oh, we had it on the poster.
Okay. We stand adjourned.